My name is Doug Shipman, City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. It's Monday, October 21st, and I would like to ask the clerk to call the opening roll.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large.
Here.
Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1.
Here.
Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4. Councilmember Liliana Bacteri, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andre O'Boone, District 10.
Present.
Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12. Mr. President, we do have a quorum of members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was sent out ahead of time. If there are no changes or updates to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to adopt?
We have 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. Next, we'll move to the invocation. We are honored today to have back with us Chaplain Roosevelt Johns from the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to offer our invocation.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you would, please bow your heads for a moment of prayer. So, eternal God, our Father, we come today once again to give your name honor and praise. We exalt you in the presence of this assembly, and we thank you for all the many blessings that you have bestowed on each of us here. We welcome you here today and pray that you will guide all that takes place here. You are a God of order, and we pray that everything that is done in the spirit of excellence and order. Father, we pray that you would bless the city of Atlanta at this time and the work that shall take place here today. Bless everyone here under the sound of my voice as they reason together, making decisions, developing plans, delivering judgments as it relates to the operations of the city of Atlanta. Help them to always be mindful of the people to whom they serve. Bless each one with wisdom and clarity as they work for the good of the people. May all they do please you and bless the people. In the matchless name of Christ Jesus, we pray. Amen.
As we're still in a moment of reflection, I would ask if there are any remembrances before we take a moment of silence today. Councilman Winston.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to take this time to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Boone, and those who helped after the untimely passing of my father-in-law, Al Forte. He spent 30 years in the Air Force, where he had a remarkable career. Been in my life for over 20 years, and I just want to thank him, for all they've done in my life, and leaves behind an incredible legacy. After the military, he went on to have a distinguished career in the private sector, working for Lockheed Martin. During his military career, he did 2 tours in Vietnam, one in also in the Desert Storm. And then, just thinking about his life and his legacy and all he meant to my family, he was an incredible father to my wife, the ultimate girl dad, and he was a tremendous grandfather to both of my kids. And so I just want to thank everyone that has been there to support us during this time, and just thank all my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilman Amos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Just want to give the city condolences to
one of our greatest citizens, Judge Thelma Wyatt Cummings Moore, that recently passed. Councilmember Boone and I would definitely be doing a commission to figure out how to actually honor her, but definitely want to send our condolences to that family.
Councilor Bakhtiari.
Thank you. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. To everyone that has passed, lost one, I know that we have a number of people here in the city, a number of our employees who are survivors. I have a family member right now who is fighting breast cancer, who actually just came out of surgery today. And I just wanted us to take a moment to honor those who have been lost and who are currently still fighting, and those who have survived. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any others? For these and for those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next, we will move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First, I would like to ask Councilmember Andrea Boone and all of those who are here to honor the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation to please come forward and join us up here on the dais.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please come forward. Today we have the 58th Mayor of the City of Atlanta, Mayor Shirley Franklin, Chair Chris Sizemore, our President and Executive Director, Teo Swin, all present today. Hey, Chris.
Welcome back. On your way here.
Put Mayor Franklin. In recognition of the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Foundation, we will now see a short video.
Truck 26, Truck 29, Battalion 2, Battalion 6, respond on a structure fire.
It started in the basement about 6:30 or so this morning.
There's going to be a working fire. The fire's going to be on the trolley side.
Thankfully, everybody made it out of the house safely, no injuries.
Citizens of Atlanta, they deserve the best services that we can provide. When I think about service, I think about the team, and that team is inclusive of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation.
The fire chief started this year with one simple request. He asked that the Fire Foundation be more transformational.
Atlanta firefighters getting some help to make renovations at aging firehouses that are really second homes while they're at work.
Everything from safety issues all the way to major renovations, kitchen replacements, and bathroom replacements.
Being comfortable in the station is a necessity because it helps balance the stress from when we're out running emergency calls.
We got really exciting news from the office of Congresswoman Nikema Williams in Washington, D.C. We have a total of $500,000 for Station 16 improvements.
We demand so much of these brave men and women, and yet they never fail to deliver.
Bringing the first electric fire engine on the entire East Coast of the United States is just an incredible opportunity.
As part of their Fleet Forward campaign, the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation is working to raise $3 million.
When we heard about the Fleet Forward campaign, we knew immediately that we needed to support this initiative. The Fleet Forward campaign is going to have a huge impact on the Atlanta community from both a safety and a sustainability perspective.
I'm in a paramedic to nursing bridge program at Dalton State University, and I want to get my associates in nursing, go on to get my bachelor's, master's, and become an anesthesia nurse. The foundation be able to help pay back tuition to those who serve their community is awesome, and I really appreciate that.
Mayor Andre Dickens has been wonderful. He's committed to public safety and putting public safety first and making sure that we have the resources that we need. In that space, the foundation has taken that charge, and they're going in an amazing pace, growing the funding and supplying the things that we need to move forward.
Our external partners, along with the Fire Foundation and their continued support, is something that we rely on and we value greatly. And on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, I want to send out a heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you.
We want you to feel assured that this is only the beginning for the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation. We're dedicated and committed to having a transformational future, and with your support, we know that's possible.
In honor of Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize and commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Foundation, and whereas the foundation was formed in 2004 under the administration of former Atlanta Mayor Shirley Franklin and has continued to demonstrate unwavering support for first responders in the city of Atlanta. And whereas, under the leadership of Teos Wynn, the foundation seeks to elevate and support Atlanta's growing fire and emergency response ecosystem by providing the funding, resources, and development necessary to enhance the personal and professional lives of Atlanta firefighters. And whereas the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Foundation has furthered its legacy of support this year by working alongside the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department to receive its first federal funding, performing infrastructure improvements, host an inaugural Firefighter 5000, and procure the first EV quick response units to deliver emergency medical services to the residents of Atlanta. Whereas Foundation Chairman Chris Sizemore and the entire board of directors, in addition to staff members Frederick Linton, Lila Minsung, Lamar Kareem, and Angel Smith, have continued to grow the organization's impact this year for the betterment of Atlanta. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, do hereby recognize the Atlanta Fire Foundation on this 21st day of October 2024 for its steadfast commitment and contributions to the city of Atlanta. Congratulations. And now remarks Chairman Chris Sizemore.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you so much for your dedication to us and all of our council members who have been steadfast partners of ours along this journey, from our vertical funding and just a continued support in conversations, to the department who has been a steadfast partner of ours, working step with them to say, what can we do in addition to the city, in addition to the city council, to provide for the men and women of the department who are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, living in your communities and in your neighborhoods. Also like to quickly thank Teos, our president and CEO of the foundation, our amazing board members who are here, our vice chair, Cedric, who is here with us. We have an amazing leadership team on this foundation board, and without their leadership and commitment, this would not be possible. So I just want to thank you very much. And if this is the first time hearing about the Fire Foundation, please look us up. We'd love your support. Thank you.
Vice Chair Cedric McKinney.
Good afternoon. My name is Cedric Matheny, and I'm just so proud of what we've accomplished at the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Foundation. We're truly standing on the shoulders of giants. Mayor Shirley Franklin, this was one of your initiatives, and I'm so happy to take the torch and kind of run with it. So I would just echo my chairman. If anybody wants to support the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation, please look us up. We love your support. You're supporting the men and women that you're first responders. When you call 911, they're the ones that are showing up. Thank you.
And now our dynamic president, Teos Wynn.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be joining you all here today. And in getting started, I would first like to acknowledge and thank the Honorable Mayor Andre Dickens and his entire administration for their continued support and partnership. City Council President Doug Shipman, Public Safety Chair Councilwoman Andrea Boone, as well as all the other esteemed members of City Council, Atlanta Fire Chief Roderick Smith, as well as our entire Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation team, our staff, board of directors, family members, supporters, and friends in attendance today. My name is Teos Wynn, and I am honored and humbled to stand before you today as the president and CEO of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation. And now, although it is with sincere gratitude that our organization in humility receives today's proclamation as both a recognition and charge to our organization to continue doing everything in our power to support our city's first responders, I would be greatly remiss and sadly mistaken if in this moment I somehow managed to think that we arrived at or achieved this milestone by ourselves, when in fact it is only because of the instrumental role of the community and compassion demonstrated by city residents and leaders such as yourselves that we stand here today. Names such as Jacques Murphy, Charles and Addison Merriweather, including my predecessor Shirley Ann Smith, make no mistake that today our organization both succeeds and stands in the shadows of giants, like former Councilmember C.T. Martin, who introduced the legislation, and a personal hero and mentor of mine, a giant that stands amongst us today, former Mayor Shirley Franklin, whose administration under her leadership recognized the need for and took the bold and innovative steps of creating the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation 20 years ago. And so it is, now 20 years later, our foundation is as strong and committed as ever to enhancing the personal and professional lives of Atlanta firefighters, serving the very men and women that stand in the flames and go headfirst into the floods, that do so much and ask for so little in return. Atlanta's bravest, that understands the dangers of the job that they are asked to do and the risk they willingly take to leave their homes every day not knowing if they may ever see their families again, so that our families can enjoy a life of protection and safety. This is who AFRD is for the city, and this is who they will proudly continue to be. And so today it is my absolute pleasure to receive and also dedicate this recognition on the 20th anniversary of our foundation to the more than 1,200 brave men and women our organization serves. For their sacrifice reminds us of why we exist, and their bravery compels us to continue our legacy forward. Thank you all, and may God continue to protect and empower the men and women of Atlanta Fire Rescue. Thank you.
The Honorable Doug Shipman, President of the Atlanta City Council.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone. I just want to briefly add my thanks to everyone who's up here. One, I think that this embodies the spirit of the public-private partnerships that we see in Atlanta, bringing incredible things to life, where we have our civic sector, our philanthropic sector, and our public sector come together. And I want to thank former Mayor Shirley Franklin for her vision. I also just want to underscore a point that was made. My wife, as many know, is an ER doc at Grady, and the patients who come to Grady often are first seen by our rescue folks. They are the front lines when someone has a heart attack, when someone falls, when someone has a stroke, and the very life of our city rests in their hands. And so everything that we can do to make sure that we have not only the best trained and the best fire and rescue folks, but that they are whole people who are able to live in our city and thrive in our city, we have a better city. And so I just want to thank the foundation for all that they do. Thank everybody up here for the personal time and effort that you give to make sure that every one of our fire and rescue folks is as healthy and as safe as they can be so they can serve this city. Thank you.
The Honorable Amir Faroqi.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone. From 2010 to 13, I actually served on the Fire Foundation board, and at the time, there was no full-time executive director. We were always, as I know you still are today, but really scrapping for support from the philanthropic community. And it's really remarkable to see how far the foundation's come thanks to the leadership of many of the folks you mentioned in the past, but really your leadership, Teos, and the board's leadership today. I think it's oftentimes lost on us how much the fire department does, right? We think of fires, but there's not as many fires as there were 100 years ago, right? A tree falls in a storm, the fire department's out there cutting it up. There's a flood, the fire department's there. There's hazardous materials, the fire department's there. There's countless things that have come up in our public safety ecosystem that oftentimes the answer is give it to the fire department to solve. And while the city has done and continues to do everything it can to support the men and women of Atlanta Fire Rescue, there are inevitably gaps in which the Fire Foundation steps up to fill. And I think that goes unrecognized too often. I'm glad Councilmember Boone has taken the time to offer this proclamation today, because the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation is a small but growing and important aspect of our public safety framework. And so I just want to stand in solidarity with my colleagues today. Thank you to Mayor Franklin for your ingenuity many years ago to help launch this foundation. But to Teos and the board, thank you for all you do, and we're eager to be supportive in your work.
Again, congratulations on your 20th anniversary. And now we will take a photo. The Honorable Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone. I actually wore red today for this reason. I believe that red means rescue, just like you said so. And I really want to applaud the work that you're doing to make sure, all of you, to make sure that we are leveraging these public-private partnerships to expand the work that the city can do. I've seen how you've spotlighted, you all have spotlighted the men and women of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department this month of October. And I want more of that. I want to make sure that you all are getting all of the support that you need from the city and private partnerships as well. So I wore red to make sure that we continue to spotlight you. I enjoyed spotlighting on Saturday, and we want to just make sure we continue these types of partnerships. So thank you, Councilmember Boone, for allowing me to do that.
Hey now. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next, I'd like to invite Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to come forward, and all of those who are here to for the recognition of Eda Favors Gay to join us up on the dais, please.
How you doing today? Well, you look fabulous. Oh, I didn't see you, Alice. Yeah, come on around. Yeah. Where did the council president go? Madam Clerk, I'd like for you to call in the back and ask for a quorum call, because this is important. Well, I'm really pleased to be here today to honor an individual who has had an indelible mark on the Atlanta community, not just as an entrepreneur, but as someone who has put her hand in molding children, molding aspiring business people, molding her neighborhood and community into a better place. We here at the Atlanta City Council, when we give out these proclamations, these are the highest honors that the city can bestow to any person, place, or thing. And it is on behalf of a grateful city that we are here today in recognition of Ms. Eda Favors Gay. And I will read the proclamation in pertinent part. Whereas Ms. Eda Favors was born on November the 4th, 1933 in Meriwether County, Georgia, and later became a cherished member of the Atlanta community, where she has dedicated her life to service, education, and empowerment. Whereas Eda graduated from Booker T. Washington High School after meeting her beloved husband, Arthur Gene Gay, embarked upon a journey of love and partnership that spanned 58 years, a testament to enduring devotion and love. And whereas she answered the call of faith at an early age, serving the church community through various ministries, teaching Sunday school, and embodying the belief that everyone, large and small, contributes good. And whereas her compassion extended beyond the children to young men seeking guidance, as she and Arthur provided a supportive environment for Gay's boarding house, promoting personal growth and responsibility. And whereas Eda's success as a real estate investor further highlights the business acumen, but the greatest pride remains in her family, having raised 4 children while instilling in them the values of hard work and exploration and dedication to community. And whereas even at 90 years young, Eda continues to be an inspiring presence in her community, visiting the school that she established often and supporting the next generation. And now, therefore, we, the Atlanta Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as Eda Favors Gay Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Mrs. Eda Favors Gay. Take a quick picture here.
Come close, Mike.
Okay. Take me close. All right. Now, before we hear from our honoree, is there any members of the council who would like to speak? Okay. Oh, I didn't see you back here, Andrea. I'm sorry. Councilwoman Andrea Boone.
Congratulations to this wonderful family and to our honoree, who is a dedicated and diligent servant. Well done, thy good and faithful servant. Well done. On behalf of the people of Atlanta, we thank you today.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelia Gay Bankston. I am the youngest and only daughter of Eda Gay and Arthur Gay. I am proud of my mother. For one, God has blessed her to be here in her right mind at 90 years of age. And in about 10 days, she'll be 91 in her right mind in April. So we will be celebrating her 91st birthday on November the 4th. She has always been dedicated to her community, to the children, and to her church. There are a lot of citizens in Atlanta that can say that they were raised by my parents. We see them all the time. They contact. It's one standing here shaking his head, and I do appreciate you here. They were pillars in the community, not just with children, but also when they ran their boarding house, which housed men that was coming from the north to the Southern Railroad certification program. I was a little girl that used to go out in the morning time with them when she would fix them breakfast. Then we would leave there, come to the center, and then we would be back there in the afternoon when she fixed them dinner, and then there on Sunday because it was mandatory that they go to church. So we would load them up in a van and bring them to our church, the Move of God Church, where the granddaughter is here, Nita. So I just thank you all. I am now the owner and director of the center. It has changed names, but it is still the center. The doors never close. And my son now is the center manager, assistant center manager. My center manager is here 28 years, Ms. Reynolds. So we are happy when mother walks in the door and sits down and we say, just answer the phone, because that's her enjoyment. So she's still involved in what she started. Thank you all.
And now for the woman of the hour, of the day, the microphone is yours.
Now, you know you didn't say that right. Because you can't give me no microphone. You got to get up there and speak 5 minutes, because I'll be up here preaching. I want to give honor to God, who is the head of my life and the bishop of my soul. I thank God today for another day. This is the day that the Lord has kept me, and today I am very, 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 hallelujah, very happy. Because God is keeping me. I'm in my right mind. I feel good. I got a cane though. But that's all right, y'all. Keep living, you're going to have one too. But I thank God for this opportunity. Thank you. I can't say Michael, but because I called him Michael, but anyway, he don't mind. I thank you, Michael, for doing this, and everybody that was involved in it. I pray God give you a double, triple blessing just for doing this for me. I'll be 91 years old in 3 days, but I feel all right. Hallelujah. I feel all right. I don't have no pain, just a little stiff. If I get out there and walk in the sunshine, the stiffness will go away. I thank you all so much.
All right. Now we'll gather up for our main photo right here in front of the podium. Yeah. Challenge folks come to the front. And directly see the cameraman.
Finally, today, I'd like to ask Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet to come forward, and all of those who are here to honor the Georgia State University's Department of Africana Studies 30 years of academic excellence to please come forward.
Oh, good, they're coming, the students. Uh-oh, they were voluntold, y'all. Oh, she's buttoning up, she's not happy, but I am, I'm happy. You come on in. Wonderful. You all, we are gathered here today to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Africana Studies at Georgia State University, which is my college where I graduated as well. And I am so very proud of this achievement for Georgia State University. And I am pleased to be here today with leadership and a few students to talk about how we're celebrating 30 years of achievement, academic achievement, and the Department of Africana Studies at Georgia State University. I'm going to read the proclamation and then we'll hear a few remarks from a couple of our visitors. It says, the Atlanta City Council, in honor of Georgia State University's Department of Africana Studies, 30 years of academic excellence and social responsibility. Whereas the Department of Africana Studies was conceived from the 1992 Georgia State University Student Sit Protest, under the guidance of Jacqueline Ann Rouse as coordinator from 1992 to 1993, and officially begun its academic and community service in the fall of 1994 in Charles E. Jones as a department chair, with Charles E. Jones as department chair, who said that GSU was right in creating a legitimate department in this Black Mecca. And whereas the department offered 8 courses in the fall quarter of 1994 with 5 students, and in 2024 offers 65 undergraduate and 15 master's degrees courses with over 100 majors and minors. That's phenomenal. And whereas the department offered 8, I'm reading that again, sorry. Whereas the Department of Africana Studies, the last such department in the University System of Georgia, I'll read that again. Whereas the Department of Africana Studies, the last such department in the University System of Georgia, worth fighting for, absolutely worth celebrating, is celebrating its 30th anniversary. And whereas the Department of Africana Studies is steadfast in its commitment to academic excellence and social responsibility. And whereas the Department of Africana Studies faculty contributions to the academy are matched by their contributions to the university, the community, the nation, the world. And whereas the department has graduated more than 384 undergraduate and graduate students and is a national leader in producing degrees in Africana Studies. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the residents of Atlanta, do hereby recognize the Department of Africana Studies at Georgia State University on this 21st day of October 2024 for 30 years of excellent service in Atlanta and the global community. Let's give them a hand. Before I pass it over to, I'll pass it first to Dr. Lisa Shannon. This means that they are our wall. They're making sure that we have this study available to all here in the state of Georgia. You all are standing up for us. You're standing in that gap. You're making sure that we don't lose this, especially right now. DEI is a bad word, or bad words. We are making sure that we're cleansing our libraries of books that speak about culture and real history. I am so thankful that you all are still standing. It is worth the fight. Just write me down to fight with you if ever someone tries to make it so that you are no longer, because we need you. We cannot be a state of no Africana studies, not with all of this good work that you all have already put in. Thank you very much for doing what you do. So with that, Dr. Shannon, who I happen to know on a personal level, but I always love to see her in her workspace as well.
And my boss is supposed to go first, so I'm definitely out of order with him. He's giving me permission, thank you. The department started with struggle. It started with students struggling back after the Rodney King riot right here in Atlanta. It has been struggling ever since. So because council member Marcy Oglestreet literally sat here and helped us, Marcy Collier Overstreet, with this, I thank you and the entire council for doing this. I get to teach 604 students just this semester. I get to teach about the best countries in the world: history, her story, your story, our story. It is inclusive. It is multi-ethnic. It talks about different genders, different choices. It is an amazing opportunity if you ever get to teach from an Afrocentric, inclusive lens that includes all humanity. So when I tell you it is a privilege, 30 years we've been struggling. We will continue to struggle. My chair will come next. But I hope that you join in our celebrations. We started Friday. We will not end our celebrations until the end of next year. You are welcome to find us on Facebook, the Department of Africana Studies. You are welcome to donate, because everything that you give us, it goes straight back into the community, the global, the national, and of course the Atlanta metro community, and it goes to many scholarships of all students. So I take the time to just say thank you to our amazing Atlanta Senate Council, all of y'all, especially to you, my friend, my colleague, my street. Oh, we're always in the streets serving. It's such a privilege to serve. Now I'll introduce you my chair, my boss. He's the finale. Oh, Dr. Tanya
Washington.
Hello, it's a privilege to be here, everybody. I am affiliate faculty. My faculty home is actually at Georgia State's College of Law, but my heart home is with the Department of Africana Studies. And I think we cannot underscore enough the fact that this is the last department, not program. And my chair and friend explained the difference. We can confer degrees in this course of study, which is super important. I have had the privilege of teaching several law students who came out of the Africana Studies Department, and they are brilliant, and they are ready to do client-centered and community-centered lawyering because they have a foundation in the Black community. And we educate, this department educates everybody who wants to adopt a lens that is multidisciplinary, multifaceted, multi-perspective. And we need that more now than ever as we become a more diverse and increasingly diverse society. So I hope when
and if we need to put out the call to protect the last public Black Studies department in the state of Georgia, we can count on you all to show up to answer. Thank you.
It's a yes. And now we will have Chair Dr. Jonathan Gales, the Mays High School graduate.
It's amazing how I stand up. Thank you. Maybe I should have gone first. I will say this. My good friend and colleague, Dr. Shannon, indicated that we're still struggling. And what I want to be clear, we are thriving in the present day, but we continue to struggle in terms of our connection to the community. So our students to date have contributed tens of thousands of hours in community service because we understand the critical importance of the connection between campus and community. So we feel very fortunate to stand here and celebrate our 30th anniversary. And the other thing that I want to say is Georgia State is a phenomenal institution. And as my good friend and colleague Tanya indicated, teach with this lens is for everyone. And the last thing I want to say, because I know there's a lot of business to be addressed here, is that I have some students here today, and they came without any bonus points. And if nothing else, you understand that indicates the value of the department. So we are grateful, we are thankful, and we're looking forward to celebrating the next 30 years of this department. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we'd also like to hear from President Shipman, Doug Shipman.
Thank you, Councilmember Overstreet. I just wanted to briefly bring a community lens of thanks. In the years working on the Center for Civil and Human Rights project, this department is a public source of scholarship, archives, and also, as Dr. Washington mentioned, bringing together multiple disciplines and also creating scholarship to put Atlanta within a diasporic view of the world. We know the things that we say about Atlanta, which are true, is the home of the Civil Rights Movement, home of the American Black struggle, but putting it within a global perspective is something that this department for 30 years has done. And what I saw is that it created trust programmatically and from a scholarship perspective for others to say, that's the way that I can collaborate with Atlanta through that lens. I'm not an American scholar, but I am a world scholar, and thus I can collaborate. And so this department, in so many ways, doesn't just function within the walls of Georgia State, but it functions in our other civic institutions and even in just the public. You will turn on your radio and you will hear members of this faculty on the radio putting history and present into context in unique ways. And so just from that perspective, I want to say thank you for 30 years, and in anticipating what is to come, we are so much better for this department existing in Atlanta.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for allowing the City of Atlanta City Council to celebrate your 30 years right here in the People's House. And let's go forward and take a picture.
Thank you all. We do not have a fourth proclamation today, so we will move to statements from the public. I would remind everyone that everybody who signed up will have up to 2 minutes for comment unless you have been yielded time ahead by someone else who has signed up. I will do my best to pronounce everybody's name. And if I do mispronounce it, please correct it for the record. First up today will be Henry Jordan. You have up to 2 minutes.
Give now to the Spirit of God to everyone that's here. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. Genesis 12, chapter 3rd verse. Let me make of thee a great nation. Let me bless thee. Let me make thy name great. James Griff proved to be a wrong choice that I regret. He had babies with a woman that when we started talking, and bought her a house with the money Christ created through me. If we say that we have fellowship with him and walk in darkness, we lie and do not the truth. 1 John 1, chapter 16 verse. John may have in mind people who claim to be enjoying a close relationship with God, but whose lives were clearly characterized by sin. Jesus told me I cannot marry James Griff. Thou shalt not cover thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not cover thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, or his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor's. Exodus 20, chapter 17, verse. As becoming saints means that it is not proper for Christian saints to be guilty of committing the sexual sins listed here. Jesus says, I would lose his gift if I married James Griff. Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. 1 John 2, chapter 15, verse. Love not the world's command, implying that action now in process must cease. Stop loving the world. The word of God created the income, not me by myself. James told Christ, you don't want me. His actions said he didn't want me, because of what the word of God said about what kind of husband a man should be. And I thank God that I'm able to speak for the Lord.
Thank you. Next will be Brother Anthony Muhammad. Brother Muhammad, you have up to 2 minutes. Sir, I don't mean to. I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. You have up to 2 minutes.
Mayor, Nightlife Hotel, Mayor Dickens, I'm going to the law office. I'm going to the law office. I asked this president of the city council to call me by the name that my mother gave me, not by what the Caucasian wants you to be named. I've explained it to him for a whole year, because 1 year I wasn't even here. I sent emails to this body, including you, Mr. Doug Shipper, with my name on it, spelled the way my mother spelled it and the way I pronounce it. So I'm going to go talk to your law office. It appears to me in the 21st century, we want to just treat dog people anti-matter any way you want to do them. And don't nobody say nothing. Even after you respectfully tell them, don't say Anthony, it's Anthony. Got it upside down. Apologize to Mara. Mara, Nightlife Hotel, Assalamu alaikum. Brother Anthony Muhammad. I come here for one reason, Mr. Shipman, to let it be known the way we treat these dog anti-matter people on the street of Atlanta. Or if you got Kamala Harris and Joe Biden giving $1 million to help these people have access to opportunities for housing, some of them get grants to build houses. Mr. Overseer, you in the house next door to me. My Mexican brothers own it. They put the top on it just recently. They want $210,000. I bought my house for $67,000 30 years ago. Had it rebuilt in '98 from the ground up. It's unfair for you to continue to take this real estate from people that have retired and worked 30 years, and now they got to pay 3 times as much in taxes. My taxes for Atlanta went 300%. My taxes for Fulton County went 300%. I come down here and beg them, you ought to do right with some services in our community. And you choose to do what you've been doing in this body for the last 20 years. I called 2010 talking about my street and get it paid. And that's 2024. But I'm not going to stop talking for the people. I'm not going to start talking about right, but I'm going to assure you, I'm going to talk to the Lord. I have enough. This one Negro don't have enough. Assalamu alaikum. May I meet you at the hotel? I say. Thank you.
Next up will be Matthew Nursey, up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council. My name is Matthew Nursey, and I am here with the Housing Justice League. Last time I came up and spoke, I brought up the fact that we need to pay our firefighters more. I think now would be a good time to reiterate that. You know, people aren't earning enough money to afford where they live, and that's kind of segues into what I'm really here to talk about, and that is the Gulch Centennial Yards project. I'm sure y'all have seen that in the CIM has decided that they are going to pay $8 million in lieu of getting, you know, they got the $2 billion tax break and tax breaks over 30 years, and they're going to essentially pay an $8 million fee in order to get out of the, providing the 20% units at affordable rate. And currently, the way the project plans are, that'd be a little over 500 units. That could be 1,000 to 2,000 people, because we're talking about families here that we could be housing at an affordable rate. And instead, they get to just buy their way out of it. And a housing trust fund, you know, is nice. A Gulch trust fund is nice, but there's no oversight over these trust funds. There's no oversight over our city housing trust fund. There's no oversight over this Gulch housing trust fund. So how are we supposed to know that, you know, what y'all voted for a couple weeks ago is actually going to get implemented in the way that us, the taxpayers, you know, expect? Like, this project was approved to provide affordable housing, and now they're not going to do that. We just, you know, that's not acceptable. Y'all need to figure out a way that when we get these projects in place and green light them, and when they get taxpayer money, and when they get, you know, tax breaks from the city of Atlanta to come here, that, you know, that we're treating the people who are here, we're, you know, regarding them, because look into CIM, look at where they originate from and where that money's going to go.
Thank you. Next will be Allison Johnson, who have up to 2 minutes.
Sure. Good evening, afternoon. Just to reiterate comments from colleague Matthew, I am deeply disappointed with what is happening in terms of the in lieu of. I'm deeply disappointed because the one thing that we were fighting for was the affordable housing piece that would come back into this community. We were already greatly concerned about the hoarded resources given to this developer in this one specific area, mainly because of what is happening all over the city as the great development projects are arising in communities. So many people are continuing to be displaced. So again, in reference, I'm not sure of what is the process that's going to happen in order to make sure that these units are going to be available. The in lieu of is a consistent and a precedent that any developer can come in here and make a promise and not make good on it. And you know who gets left with the bag? We do. And it's not right and it's not fair. We argued and we thought we could come into an agreement where there would be a community benefits agreement, and that would be the benefit. But if any developer is allowed to continue to come in and make those promises and not make good on it, what are we saying? And what are we doing? We cannot be continuing to say we are a city that is inclusive to all when we are doing the exact opposite. We have got to be able to hold CIM accountable to what they said that they were going to do. We can't continue to allow people to pay their way out. And we're not going to continue to solve this problem by building ourselves out of it. So I really want to encourage you to make sure that there is a strong accountability process in place, and not just in place where you all are oversight, that we the people are a part of the oversight committee.
Thank you. Next will be Cheney Latresa. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yes, hello, I am Latresa Cheney, and I'm an organizer with Housing Justice League. I am a displaced family from Forest Cove, and only to return back to Atlanta to full market rent and at a low income. My family and I are a low income family. We are a part of the Beltline and Gulch project, and has been displaced out throughout the state of Georgia. I'm one of the families, and I'm speaking in place of the Forest Cove residents, always standing up for those 300 families that has been displaced under the promise of a corporate entity called Millennia. And they also made promise that none of those families would be displaced. But as you can see, it's nothing but dirt, red dirt over there now. And the families are everywhere, still struggling, trying to have decent living. Hold these entities, these corporations that's coming in our city and accountable. Hold them responsible for holding their word to affordable housing, which is dedicated to low-income families. Hold them responsible, and that's why our homelessness have increased throughout the city of Atlanta. And it's mainly the residents that were born and raised here, that have worked and paid their taxes here. So please hold these corporations accountable for not only 20%, but at least 50% of housing low-income families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Prophet Curtis Martin Harrison. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Amen. Praise the Lord today. My vehicle was, first I was in an accident in your city. My vehicle was confiscated off of 2419 Crenshaw, C-H-E-S-H-I-R-E, Bridge Road. Now, I had belongings in my car. Just got a job enough to make a car. Now, they will take my vehicle, and they're not telling me where it's at. See, I'm trying to be a nice guy right now, in Jesus' name, right? Now, I called the lieutenant, and he's telling me he can't tell me because it's not a criminal issue. Now, I know I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I mean, I ain't gonna say that. But I ain't the dumbest either. So I'm just saying now, I want my vehicle back that I paid $5,000 for. See, but this type of stuff is going on in your city. See, these type of things, that's what lets me know. That's like what these two ladies just got through explaining. See, that's the type of stuff. See, that now 9 times out of 10, what they're talking about, them people gonna end up homeless on your streets. So now my next question is, how much, and then my other friend over there, she's talking about rent control. Affordable housing, rent control, homelessness. Now, if we don't fix those issues, there's gonna be more homeless people on your streets. Now, but at the same time, I'm getting punished for standing up for the right reason. And then this is not a gay or straight issue, because there's gay people that's homeless, a lot. You can believe that? Now, what I'm saying is this, that it's getting worse. So how much money is the city making off of homeless people? Because it makes total sense to me. And now it makes sense. It makes more sense than it did 4 years ago. That we would allow homeless people to live underneath bridges. So we ain't talking about the two homeless folk that jumped off the bridge and committed suicide. No one's talking about that. But see, those type of issues that we passing by.
Time has expired.
So how much money does the city make off of homeless people? Because these programs are not taking out their pocket and getting money.
Time has expired.
Money to these organizations. The money's coming from the government.
Thank you.
In some type of way or another.
Next up will be Ronald Petty. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
How you doing today? I just want to know, I'm about to make some serious accusations. Would anyone like one of my folders? Councilman? So I'm here because fraud was committed against my father's estate by Atlanta Watershed, and I've been ignored by the mayor's office, the commissioner of Watershed, and the Department of Law. I initially believed that if I uncovered a crime committed by Atlanta Watershed employees, the issue would be heard and resolved immediately. I never expected that city employees involved in fraud would be protected instead of held accountable. Despite presenting overwhelming evidence showing manipulated and falsified documents, I've been ignored and forced to hire a lawyer to fight this. I never imagined I would have to prove the fraud myself when it was so clear. My father's property had a water bill that was mysteriously ballooned to $52,000. But after identifying a minor leak, the bill was reduced to $1,626.76. However, just 2 weeks after resolving the issue and preparing to sell the property, I was informed that the bill had inexplicably increased by another $25,000. When I questioned Watershed about this sudden $25,000 charge, it was told it was from an unpaid bill dating back to 2008. Despite my repeated requests, they could not provide me with this bill, only claiming my father owed it. With the help of the commissioner's office, I finally obtained the bill and uncovered the watershed that had lied to me. This $25,000 charge was fraudulent and appears to be a blatant attempt to steal from my father's estate. My attorney, the OIG, and I are all trying to get answers, but the mayor's office, the Department of Law, the Commissioner L. Wiggins, and they're all ignoring us.
Thank you. Next will be Courtney Foster. Have up to 2 minutes.
Hello. I'm here on behalf of the Nightlife Advisory Council Mayor Dickens put in place 2 years ago. I was here a couple weeks ago to express our concerns over Ordinance 24-0-1376. I'm returning today to express gratitude. After the last City Council meeting, Councilman Alex Wan sat down with myself, the Nightlife Advisory Council, Courtney Smith from ATAG 3, and not only explained the process to us, but showed us the way to achieve the goal that we're really looking for, rather than getting tied up in red tape. I'd like to say thank you for taking that action, taking that time, showing us how to correct our actions to achieve the right goal. I'd also like to thank the Mayor's Office of Entertainment, Nightlife, and Film for the countless hours they've spent guiding us through this process so that we get the best possible outcome for the nightlife community in Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Ken Roebling. Have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. Several months ago, Fulton County was going to buy a jail for almost $2 billion. The county commissioners discussed this and decided they could fix their current jail for only $300 million. This took courage on the commissioner's part. I think it was a good decision. Unfortunately, this left the corruptors looking for the $1.5 billion they were hoping to get from Fulton County. they did not have to look very far. Here comes 24R 4200, a resolution for vertical and horizontal job order contracting on a task order basis to provide citywide construction, renovation, and other services for a term of 3 years. There are 3 job order contracts listed. Each one is for $100 million. That comes to $900 million over 3 years. Only $600 million to go for the corruptors. By the way, what is vertical and horizontal job order contracting? Does anybody have an idea? I think the law states if the mayor wants to spend over $20,000, he has to come to council each time. 24R 4200 says he can spend $900 million without you knowing what he is spending it on.
Time has expired.
File 2400 or 24R 4200.
Next up will be Margie McLeod. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. This is very dear to my heart. Atlanta Constitution had an article. I want y'all to pull it up. October 18, 2024. Georgia children going into foster care, homeless, because of homelessness. People who don't have apartment, can't rent, they're taking them in. I want you to listen to this. They're short of 214,916 national low-income housing. Then look how many times, 100,824,000 times they moving their children. I was a foster parent for 10 years, so I know. So where are these children going? Now, you don't have enough foster parents, and I know that. So, but you could put those children in hotels. But they go in a rooming house, the children get taken away from them. So what I'm saying to y'all, you got power. Find out how many children that's in the system because they would not make comments. How many children that actually is homeless and they're in the system? Because I know Family Children's Service is not doing their job. And I could call them out. And the history is repeating itself. How many children you're accountable? Because sometimes they don't even know where these children are at. So what I'm telling you, because y'all have power, this is dear to my heart. How I feel, you get a child taken away from you. You got a job though, but I can't afford the apartment. But you got my child. And then you want to know why I'm on alcohol, I'm on drugs, because I ain't got nobody to pick me up. A lot of these people don't have families connected, because I do. I work with them. So I'm asking you, Family Children's Service, how many children, since you won't answer the Atlanta Constitution, how many children that's in your system? And that's why I say we got to put a cap on this rent. And I'm tired of y'all keep on telling me you can't not do it. Take the state to the court. And I'm not stop coming. Because more children is homeless.
Thank you.
Because they going into the system. Because why? They can't afford the rent.
Next up will be Jody W. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello. Once again, I come to address Atlanta's homelessness. You have all these people signing up, you're taking their data to Peachtree Street. What are you doing with their data? I know of 100 people who have signed up with Gateway and has not been helped, why do you continue to take the data if you're not going to help the people? You guys need to really be concerned about these people. There's over 200 families at my sister's house, women who, some of them have jobs but have nowhere to live. How can you tear down the public housing and not rebuild anything for the people? They don't want to be homeless. The housing projects was a stepping stone. I come from the housing projects. I'm a graduate of Georgia State and Clark Atlanta University. Help these people. Do you not care for the people in the city of Atlanta? Do you guys not care about them? They have their children. I've never seen this before in Atlanta, where you have a mother with 3 to 4 to 5 kids in the shelter. Why are they in the shelter? You had the public housing. You need to rebuild something. Why is the mayor asking for $60 million to help the homeless and he hadn't helped anybody since January? What is he doing? This needs to be addressed. We need a financial report of where this money is going. Can you guys help these people? You guys are sitting in these seats and these people are outside, even in the rain with their children. Go down Ethel
Time has
Street
expired.
and you'll see them waiting to try to get into the shelter.
Time has expired.
Do something to help these people. Stop talking about money.
Thank
You
you.
need money and you haven't done anything for the people.
Next up will be Adam Wadley. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thanks, Doug. I have no illusions that I'm sitting here in front of the leaders of Atlanta. I say that not to impugn any of y'all, but it's obvious that this country that we live in, corporate, military, intelligence, these sorts of forces draw a lot of pressure onto y'all. And so I'm here to speak for justice for Devon Anderson. This case impacts all of us. All of our lives and livelihoods and dignity is threatened by law enforcement and military forces that operate outside of public accountability. And even though currently we're here talking about Devon Anderson, and Jimmy Atchison is also here represented today by his father, Jimmy Hill. But so I just want to impress upon all of you that the hour is late for us in this world. I don't know if you hear the drums of war banging on, if you see the social fabric that we live in disintegrating every day that Melvin Potter sits at home unmolested, unarrested, every day that domestic violence and substance abuse are allowed to run rampant within our law enforcement, so-called, and our military forces. These things impact all of us, as I know you are aware, Mr. Lewis, of course. And so I just want to impress upon all of you that it's not going to save you to cave, to not stand up, and to kowtow to whatever sorts of pressures are coming down on you. Because even those people themselves will not be protected from the destructive consequences of their behavior. So Jason, Amir, Byron, Jason, Liliana, Alex, Howard, Mary, Dustin, Andrea, Marcy, Antonio, Michael, and Matt. I impress upon all of you, and of course Doug, that you aren't just honorable because you introduce yourselves as such. And there will not be survival for any of us without honor and integrity. So I suggest, and I will also stand with you, I suggest that you stand up for what you know is right before it's too late for you and the people that you care about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be John Stopp. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hey, thanks. It's probably appropriate I followed him because Liliana, I met you a few weeks back at Jeans. I got a haircut, but there's a second in Hosea intersection, and there's the Ike Smart and City kiosks that have been going up. And I know council person Overstreet was involved in the first one, and I had a friend, he lives down in Cascade Heights, and I just, for the life of me, couldn't understand why one would go up there And it's sort of the point of like the corporatism and taking over. And where I live, there's this 24-hour nonstop advertisement, and it's obscene, in my opinion. I don't know. Anyway, when you got like all these other stop signs that have gone up, and apparently there is some pushback, and it affects the quality of life for me, who has to drive by that stuff every day. Anyway, in the meantime, I was a little disturbed with the incident at Oakland Cemetery, and I was just wondering if there was any oversight on the behavior of council people. I wonder how I would feel if the gentleman didn't lose his job, but it sounded like you have a guard doing his job. It's like 45 minutes past dusk. I'll let you go ahead because it looks like you want to say something. But
You can finish.
You have your time.
There's a lot of the language coming out of the body cam footage I found slightly disturbing in terms of, we live in a post-Black Lives Matter world. I look at the guy and I hear his response to what's going on. This dude got fired. He works doubles. He's a guard. It seemed like he was doing his job. I played high school football, and I know like the amount of force it takes to knock a 300-pound dude over. So I was just curious, like, what really happened in the dark there?
Well, may
Councilor Bakhtiari.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, the issues that you brought about stop signs and Ike, as was addressed to you at my community event when you came, those were your neighbors took that vote. So I would encourage you to please get involved in your neighborhood groups.
I did.
Well, then I'm sorry that democracy doesn't always work like that. I'm talking now. Thank you.
Can I get a response?
I'm now speaking. Thank you so much. So that sounds like something you need to take up with your neighborhood president, not me, because that is how it works. See, it's interesting because I think the most shocking thing I found in this job is how often people criticize democracy because it doesn't serve them individually. And I'm sorry that you're driving past stop signs every day that interrupt you, but there are pedestrians trying to cross the street, and maybe you should stop at those stop signs. Now, that being said, Oakland Cemetery. Me as an individual, an AFAB person who's genderqueer and gender fluid, who was in a park during open hours, and the only reason this is a story is because an officer put my name in a police report that I refused to participate in. I understand. I understand. You as a white man questioning me about my history of domestic violence and my history, it's very funny to you. And if you find that funny, that's on you. Now, I was in a park celebrating an engagement with friends. An individual came out of the dark that was twice my size. He was not pushed to the ground. I did not ask for this individual to be fired. I did not participate in any of that. I would encourage you to engage in civics education because we contracted out a third party. And it's very clear that you want a reason to dislike me, and I understand not trusting government because your tone from the moment we've spoken has been dismissive and condescending. Now, that being said, I do applaud you for wanting to come question this and coming down here and engaging. I understand that what the story looks like. I get it. I understand completely. It is valid for you to be concerned. What I will say is that being on a public stage and having to live out trauma in front of people and also being lied about is a very difficult thing. So again, I didn't want that man fired. I had nothing to do with it. It was a third party. That determination was not made by me, was not made by the city. And in fact, if I had been involved, that would be quite unethical. And that's not my style. I would never do that. And never in a million years would I advocate for someone to get fired from their job. But what I will tell you is that when an individual gets approached out of the darkness by a 300+ pound man who's not identifying themselves, it's very scary. So, and again, it was not 45 minutes after dusk. It was before 8 p.m. when the park was still open. So thank you for your commentary and have a good day.
Can I make one follow-up? Just 10 seconds?
Very brief.
I did call into the East Lake neighborhood meeting the following week or whatever, next one up, and asked the president. He said he wrote a letter inquiring about the possibility, and then one day it just showed up. So nobody seems to want to take ownership for that.
That's completely incorrect because Ike did get in touch with him directly, and he actually was involved in the placement. So I do encourage you to attend the meetings and vote on these things.
But can I make one more point? Democracy, right? Because as far as I can see, nobody voted for that, right?
Thank you. You've had your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Next up will be DeJuan Robinson. You have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Good afternoon, Council. I come here today to ask Council to consider passing legislation saying that when you're on a school board or if you're anywhere else in the city of Atlanta, you need to have a year cooling off as the same as if you are as a city employee. You cannot do business with the city of Atlanta for a year. We have too many people that use the school board as a springboard. You, Mr. Byron Amos, is a exception to the rule. You're born and raised in your community. You always want to run for city council. So I'm not talking about you. So I hope that if this come up, that you sign on to it, because this is a tragedy. We have people that have not done their job on the school board, and you guys want to support them running for council. We've had too many city councilmen come from the school board to come over here and do absolutely nothing. We are rewarding bad behavior. Do you want them on here to be taking flicks, to be on Instagram all day? Because they damn sure ain't gonna do no work. But y'all want to support them. Y'all want to tell the public and everybody, this is the person that you want in office. A darn shame to y'all. A darn shame. So I hope that you, moving on to the OIG and the task force that we have, I really hope that you guys, in the wake of Ms. Keisha Waits not being here, being that our former council president, Felicia Moore, advocated so hard to create the OIG office, I hope that since we're missing a council member, the law department will allow Doug Shipman to weigh in on his vote. But whatever the recommendation is, I think our president should weigh in. We need to hear what he has to say. Since the former president is the one who initiated this OIG office and didn't give a darn how she acted because everybody wanted to see Mayor Kasim Reed locked up. It didn't matter what her oversight was, what her what her subpoena power was. So Mr. Shipman in the law department, I would love to hear from you when that vote come down, because oftentimes we don't get to hear from you because there's not a time vote. But I think it's only appropriate that you have a vote, considering we have a missing council member, because there's no legislation that says council president can't vote if there's a missing council member off here. To my white gentleman that came up here, I didn't get your name, brother. But one thing that I want to applaud, I oftentimes go to Westside Church, and there's about a 97% white congregation there. And I just want to say this oftentimes because we miss the point. There's a lot of good white and good white brothers and Jewish brothers in Buckhead that go to Westside Church that's doing their part when it comes to helping impoverished black folks on Bankhead and Grove Park. The problem is that we got too many black folks sitting in these seats in the city, in the county, that don't do nothing for our own people. But the white folks and the Jewish folks in Buckhead that we can call, they don't care to be recognized. They stay up there and they help when they called upon. And I just want to say I thank y'all. I know you don't want me to call your name on this microphone, but I do thank my white Jewish brothers and sisters all over Atlanta that's willing to help and don't care about recognition. To the Devon Anderson family, I sympathize with you because you come down here every day asking for justice for a cop that had 2 DUIs, domestic violence. I understand blue protect blue no matter what, but this is a bad, corrupt cop, and we are allowing this cop to be protected as a body on city council. Why can't we get the chief and the GBI to talk to this woman and her family and try to get some justice? This is a bad cop. 2 judges signed off on this, asking this man to take a breathalyzer test. You guys got the evidence and we still do nothing, man. Come on, man. A lot of people on council sometimes want to duck the conversation when it comes to the OIG. There is a lot of corruption that's going on in our city. Always have been. I worked in public works. We still got people up there from when Maynard was here and Andy was here, can't do their job. That don't mean they're corrupt. But what we need to do as an adults is say, listen, when we created this office, because guess what? The truth of the matter is, Atlanta is not man enough and woman enough to accept accountability with a real OIG oversight. We wasn't ready for that. But we had people had self-interest, wanted to see Miracle Scene Reed and others locked up. They asked for it, but we weren't ready for this. And instead of just being cowards, we need to say, hey, listen, we rushed this. Can we sit down and go over the oversight on some things that you can do and what we may not agree with? But the way we doing this is cowardly, and for everybody who stand on integrity, and what's that other word people like to say they run for office? Transparency. Man, that's out the door. You gotta be kidding me. That's out the door. And I understand why some of you don't want the OIG to be having oversight, because you want to do what you want to do, undetected, unchecked. Nobody's above reproach. I don't care who it is. Second floor, in here, me, nobody. We should want oversight. We should want it. You guys know there's a lot of things that's going on, man, that we got to stop having private conversations with. We got to start talking about it in public. And we got to stop that. That's the only way we're going to move forward. And we got to stop that. We was asking for a minority spend report, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Amos. The OCC, the Office of Contract Compliance, finally put it out. It's a shame because you know what it said, Mr. Winston? They don't know. Mr. Dozier, can you imagine this? The Office of Contract Compliance don't know what the minority spend is as we sit here in Marvin Arrington's senior chambers, still in the 50th year of Maynard Jackson, where he created the minority participation program. So for years, Mr. Lewis, we don't know what the minority spend to blacks, Asian, Hispanic. They're saying we don't know. We're not enforcing, we're not asking the right questions, and why? Why? It bothers me about a lot of these things because I see many of y'all out here parading candidates that don't give a damn about the people. That's because you want to be friends with them. Because maybe they raise enough money where you can scam you some. And you want to be a part of that. Atlanta has gone along to get along far too long. Far too long. And we got to just stop this, man. Y'all, we got the power to fix a lot of this stuff in Atlanta. You say this to legislative body? Legislative make rules and laws. We have the money to fix certain things. We can partner with the county. We can partner with the state. But many of y'all don't want to do it because they ran against your opponent. They're part of this sorority, this fraternity. They went against you on your campaign. But what about the good of the people? That's the oath you took. If violating your oath, being a true city council member, the oath you take, if violating your oath, a lot of us would be arrested. If there was an offensive charge for violating your oath, man. We got to have compassion and stop telling this woman that you sorry for her son lost and do something darn about it. This is a bad damn cop, man. This ain't an exemplary cop that got medals and awards. We're talking about a bad, corrupt cop. And you allow APD to protect that. I'm pro-police and pro-people at the same time, man. Stop listening when people tell you they draw circles. Men and women draw a line in the sand. Pick your side. Ain't no drawing no damn circle. It's a line in the sand that you draw and stand on. Too many of y'all not standing on the line in the sand. You want to draw circles. That sound good. It's political rhetoric. I draw circles. No, you draw a line. A man take a stance. I'm with you, I'm with you. Ain't no playing no games. I take no shame about it. I was with Miracle Scene Reed this time. I was also with you, Antonio Lewis, over George Shepard, because can't nobody tell me who I can vote for and support. A man stand in the sand and draw a line. You don't play games and draw circles. No. It's like a seesaw. You don't know which way you want to go. Man, we got to stop playing in Atlanta, man. The Black Mecca. We got to stop playing in this city. And we have a fiduciary right to help these people, man. I'm one of these people. Everybody in here, you think people want to come down here and pay for parking and keep begging? Y'all must be crazy if you think that. God bless.
Thank you. Next up is Devin Barrington Ward. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of council. I'd like to submit into the record a summary of an Office of Professional Standards complaint that was filed against Officer Potter in September of 2018. Thank you. What you'll see in this report is a summary of a domestic violence allegation that was made against Officer Potter in 2018 from a female officer who's a member of the Atlanta Police Department. Let me repeat, there was already an investigation into this officer from 2018 for allegations of choking and throwing out of his apartment a fellow officer with whom he was in a relationship with. She claimed that he ripped her shirt with such force that it exposed her breasts, and he threw her out of the apartment while she cried at the door, waiting for a shirt from his roommate so that she could cover herself up. This is the type of person who was on the Atlanta Police Department force. What the investigation also concluded was when they did the voice analysis on 2 key questions on whether or not he choked the officer in question, the female officer with whom he was in a relationship with, and if he threw her out, there was evidence of deception in at least one of his responses. She had no evidence of deception in any of her responses. This officer later went to go on to receive a DUI charge from Coweta County. He then later murdered Devon Anderson on August 5th of this year in the city of South Fulton after he refused to take a breathalyzer test on scene where he was charged for obstruction of justice by the city of South Fulton Police Department. Then a warrant was made, a lawful warrant, was made to the Fulton County Jail and Grady Hospital to draw his blood, to which that warrant was not honored. I don't want this legislative branch complicit in covering up for someone who is not fit to serve the city of Atlanta. You all are the legislative branch. You are not a foregone conclusion to the administration. You are a co-equal branch of government, which means that you have an oversight responsibility, which means you have a funding responsibility, which means you have an accountability responsibility. This is not about politics. This is about what's right. From my understanding, Councilmember Farokhian Lewis requested information from the police department nearly a month ago that they have not received on whether or not this officer, what constituted his fitness for duty, and how many other officers were in similar situations around DUIs and other arrestable offenses that are on probation on the force. Why haven't you all received that information? Why is the administration not giving the information that council is requesting? They don't think that you all have a responsibility to the co-residents that you all have constituency over and provide service for, and that is unacceptable. I need folks to be asking the tough questions because Ms. Valerie Anderson deserves to know why this police officer is still receiving payment from the city of Atlanta. The residents of Atlanta deserve to know why.
Time's expired.
Why?
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis?
And Mr. Barrington Ward, we received it today at 2:18 p.m. I haven't had an opportunity to review it. I don't think it goes as in-depth as I would like.
Okay.
And what I got, what they sent me has me asking more questions. So I appreciate you following up on that, but received it today at 2:18 p.m.
Thank you for the update.
Next up will be LaToya Jordan. LaToya Jordan. Next will be Valerie Anderson. Have up to 2 minutes.
No, it's supposed to be 4.
Someone yielded their minutes to her earlier.
Sorry?
Someone yielded their minutes to her earlier, so she should have at least 4.
I don't see any yield. Let me check.
Toy Jordan. Anyway, I could read this. All right. Good afternoon.
Do you know who would have yielded?
One before, whose name you just called before hers.
Oh,
So he said it's good to read this, right? Yeah. Okay. It's fine. I'm not, because it's, every minute is something. So.
I don't have it. I don't have her down as yielder. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Go ahead. Okay. Good afternoon. The council cannot afford to be complicit or complacent, especially when they have the ability and responsibility to help remediate pressing issues that directly impact families and communities. It is crucial that the council take decisive action where it can make a meaningful difference. Additionally, I would like to thank Councilman Lewis and Faroki for their efforts in addressing my concerns and asking the difficult yet necessary questions such as whether Melvin Potter is fit to serve as a police officer, an individual who took an oath to serve and protect, and how many other officers found themselves in similar situations over the past decade. Accountability and transparency are essential for the community trust and safety. There hasn't been any accountability, transparency. There hasn't been anything. As Mr. Ward stated, no one, the mayor, the governor, no one has reached out to me. No one has reached out to me. It'll be 3 months in 2 or 3 weeks that my son is gone, and I still don't know what happened to my son. Nothing. You're trying to tell me at no point, nobody's saying anything to me about what happened to my son. All I'm getting is GBI is investigating. GBI is doing this. GBI is doing that. No one is from GBI is in contact with me either. Why? How much time I have to come down here and ask why? Or why I'm starting to feel like I'm here begging you for answers for my son. Why am I begging for answers for my son? That's my son. I gave birth to him. And I have to be down here begging for answers just to find out what happened to him. It's not right. But as I've always stated, and I'll stay till whenever, I'm not going anywhere until I get justice for my son. Melvin Potter is a disgraced police officer.
Thank you.
How hard is it to find out now that
Your
he
time
has
has
a domestic?
expired.
I'm speaking.
Your time has
Okay?
expired. I'm sorry, and in fairness to everyone, your time has expired.
That's true, but guess what? When is it time for you all to tell me something about
Sorry,
my
your
son?
time has expired. Councilmember Lewis.
I think they have to have the appetite to want to reach out to you. I think they just have to want to do it. I think even when you look at what we received, it came from the administration. It's the council making a request that the police department give us something, but it came from the administration. So I think the administration would have to want to reach out to you and put some of this forward. And I've seen other folks come into this council meeting and speak over their time period and them not be stopped. And so I understand what you wanted to be treated fairly. So I've seen it happen. I've seen when people threw golf balls at us and they yelled at us. And so I understand your passion. I understand your passion and your passion. You want to see justice. And if it was a regular person on the street who would have murdered your son, you would have got an autopsy. You would have been able to receive some stuff. So I understand you trying to find some justice, and you feel that we are the body that can ask for the help and the assistance that myself and the honorable council member from the 2nd district, honorable council member from the 2nd district, and our public safety chair trying to get as much stuff as we can for you. But I think we're gonna need this full body to push forth what we find up against, because we always would know that public safety, police department came out of slavery. And to change it, it's gotta be the city that can do it. We are the city that can do it, but we gotta have the appetite to wanna do it. Thank you again. I'm sorry that you're down here.
Next up will be Monica Johnson. Of up to 2 minutes.
Hello. I'm here to talk about the Gulch, but I mean, it fits in. It's grotesque that we have to continue to come up here, regular people have to beg for the city to do anything for them. But we don't have a choice in whether we pay higher and higher property taxes. We don't have a choice in being able to have affordable housing. It was a bit before my time this Gulch deal came about, but I think, Allison and my other colleagues spoke about, this is not a surprise, really, that the Gulch developers would not care about affordable housing. It would choose to pay $8.5 million when they've been given $20 billion in tax breaks. That's, I got the calculator out, that's 235 times the amount of money they got in tax breaks that they have to pay out for failing to do affordable housing. So I think, they probably sat there and said, this is not even a question. This is not even, much of a calculation. We could pay the fine because what developers have, if they don't have integrity or compassion, they have money. So they're gonna pay to not build affordable housing. So I think we have to stop being so credulous, and I don't know what you guys are gonna say, but they're so credulous and saying we chose a developer, they're gonna do a good thing for the city. Everybody, all the community is telling you we have hotels, developments, but we don't have anywhere to live. We gotta go to the suburbs and live. I think, if you guys are gonna just lay down and take what developers want to do and what they want the city to be, I think that should be part of your platforms. When you run for re-election, just say, we're not gonna do anything. We're gonna allow the businesses to continue to take over the city, and we're gonna allow you to have to sleep under the bridge. That's what you need to tell the people of Atlanta, because we're acting confused when they do the very thing that developers are trying to do, which is make money off of our backs. Time has expired. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Jimmy Hill. Have up to 2 minutes.
What happened to treating people the way you want to be treated? It seems like when it comes to police brutality, when it comes to all these other issues, if it affects one, then it should affect us all. Why are these issues ain't affecting? This is straight devaluation of black life and genocide. I was at the Capitol this morning, and I wasn't planning on coming around here because I would have got more than 2 minutes. But I was at the Capitol, Georgia Capitol this morning, along with other families doing a press conference interview about my son and other victims of police brutality. And then I stopped by at the memorial of my cousin, Afro Evans, the missing and murdered children, of which the killers never have been found. And then I said I was gonna come here for about an hour and advocate for my son, and then I ran into this family, Devon Anderson, while out there getting ready to advocate. And I couldn't just leave, because I was ready to get into an Uber and go home, but I couldn't leave, knowing that these atrocities are being repeated again and again and again. You've seen it before. A lot of you been sitting in them same seats and ain't did nothing. Ain't did nothing. You're more concerned about Buckhead and West Paces Ferry, but when it comes to Bankhead and Southport and these other areas, you don't give a damn. And there ain't nothing but the devaluation of black life. You know, my son was murdered. I'm going January 22nd to be 6 years. 6 years we've been fighting. And it happened in your district, Councilwoman Andrea Boone. And you said, and I know you offered your condolences, you said nothing, you did nothing. Even though Fulton County grand jury indicted this officer and charged him with felony murder, aggravated assault, and violation, still nothing from none of you. And no, this case done been moved to a federal court. Nothing, you know the truth. And this a Fulton County grand jury, and nothing that's been done by neither one of you. You know, I see what Carter G said when he said the miseducation of the Negro. Because a lot of you black
Time's
people,
expired.
you lost your way. And you've been miseducated, you've been misled when it comes to integrity, dignity, character, and self-respect. You lost your way when it comes to standing up for accountability, truth, and justice.
Thank you.
Justice for Devon Anderson. Give this woman what she needs. She needs some accountability.
Next up will be Sine Hobson. Have 2 minutes.
On January 31st of this year, for 3 hours, Melvin Potter had a de-escalation option for gaining compliance. On February 19th, for 4 hours, he had a less lethal device training. On March 28th of this year, for 8 hours, he had firearm recall and use of deadly force. On May 22nd, he had his taser recertification for 2 hours. And on August 5th, while off duty, he murdered Devon Anderson. So explain to me, over his training for the course of the year thus far, he at no point used any of the methods learned to de-escalate the situation that occurred that night while he was off duty, while murdering Mr. Anderson with his service weapon, while being intoxicated because apparently he's known for a good drink. How is it that from this day, he's still collecting a paycheck from the city? Because y'all are afraid that if he somehow loses his case, he will file a lawsuit and then you're gonna have to pay him. How is it that in 2021, he wasn't fired when he was driving 109 with by itself is a felony, while drunk? How is it when he beat up his ex-girlfriend or his child's mother, supposedly, that he wasn't fired at that point? Why is it that the council here and the Board of Commissioners and the Chief of Police is okay with keeping a man of this less than magnitude on the force? That's it.
Thank you. Next will be Janet Liburd. Go to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm also here on behalf of Devon Anderson. I knew Devon from when he was a baby. If you could look at him, you see he's a good guy. I can say nothing bad about him. And the night he got killed, he was not doing anything wrong. He was just trying to help de-escalate a situation. And for him to get his life taken away from him, we just need justice for him. His mom is not sleeping at nights. She's not eating well. I have to check on her all the time. She's crying all the time. She's no longer going to see her son, nor is his siblings are going to see their brother. He brings so much laughter to us. When we have little family functions, You know, he's the life of the party. He just come in, we play games, and he come in and he win all the games, and sometimes we're like, why is he winning? Well, we're no longer going to see that. We're no longer going to have him around. But meanwhile, Melvin Potter is out, and he's enjoying life. He's collecting his paycheck. He's not concerned about anything else but himself. So we would like somebody, somehow, to do something about this. I don't know if any of you have lost a child and know what it's like to lose a child. I have a grandson, and I'm afraid something like this might happen to him eventually. Even though he's so young, I look at him every day. I pray over him every day because I don't want to lose him. He's my only grandson. I don't have a son, but I have a grandson. So I'm asking you guys to be sympathetic with us and do something and get this man off of the street before he does this to someone else. It could be your child, it could be your grandchild. So we want you guys to get him off the force so he wouldn't do it anymore.
Thank you. Next will be Richard Tan. Richard Tan. You have up to 2 minutes.
I come in peace. First and foremost, I want to thank Councilman Alex Wan as well as ATAG 3 member Courtney Smith for the meeting that we had with Nightlife Advisory Council on October 17th. Thank you, Alex. As well as the rest of the council, Liliana, Michael Bond, Matt Westmoreland, Jason Winston, that's taken some of my phone calls, as well as Byron Amos for working with us on certain things that are coming about. Secondly, the Nightlife Advisory Council and ATAG 3, we came to an agreement on the current ordinance of 24-0-1376 and a protocol moving forward. This agreement is beneficial to everybody. Once again, thank you, Alex, for working with us the other day. We look forward to the upcoming meeting with the overall nightlife community as well as ATAG 3 to discuss the suggested changes to Chapter 10. We also look forward to working alongside Councilmember Wan, Atlanta City Council, and ATAG 3 to produce positive results for Atlanta's nightlife ecosystem with the common goal of keeping it vibrant and safe. I do want to thank, obviously, the mayor's office for appointing us and allowing us to work on this as well. Thank you to all of council and dealing with all of our Facebook as well as our Instagram and everything we've been doing. But thank you guys all for working with us. I appreciate you guys having and allowing us to have a seat at the table, because if you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. That concludes the remarks of the public. I want to thank everyone who came today to address the City Council. Next, we'll move to the report of the Journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of Council. I, Corinne A. Lindo, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, October 7th, 2024 are true and correct.
If there are no additions or corrections to the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the Journal? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt the Journal?
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the Journal carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Council President, if I may take items 1 and 2 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 1 is 24C 5125. This is a communication from Daniel Hampton, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the City Auditor's Office Fiscal Year 2025 audit schedule. Item number 2 is 24C 5126. This is a communication from Daniel Hampton, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Office of Contract Compliance. Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive Committee.
Let both items follow that course.
Item number 3 is 24C 5127. This is a communication from Council members Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5, Alex Wan, District 6, Howard Shook, District 7, Mary Norwood, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large, appointing Mr. Kevin Bacon to serve as a member of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Zoning Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
If I may, I take items 4 and 5 together.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 4 is 24C 5128. This is a communication from Council members Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, and Antonia Lewis, District 12, appointing Mr. Delvin Davis to serve as a member of the Water and Sewer Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 5 is 24C, 5129, a communication from Council members Howard Shook, District 7, Mary Norwood, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large, reappointing Mr. Earl Young to serve as a member of the Water and Sewer Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on October 1st, 2024, and expire on September 30th, 2026. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow their course.
Council President, may take the last 2 items, 6 and 7, as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 6 is 24C, 5130. This is a communication from Dina Harrison, Interim Director, Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the Board of Education's appointment of Ms. Nicole Dobb to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta's Elected Officials Compensation Commission. This appointment is for a term expiring with the next regular municipal election to be held November 4th, 2025. 24C, 5137, item number 7 is a communication from Dina Harrison, Interim Executive Director, Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the Board of Education's appointment of Mr. Anthony Wilson to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta's Elected Officials Compensation Commission. This appointment is for a term expiring with the next regular municipal election to be held November 4th, 2025. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let both items follow that course.
Item number 8 is 24C, 5138. This is a communication from Municipal Clerk Corinne Lindo, submitting a report of administrative corrections made to previously adopted legislation between the regular council meeting dates of October 7th, 2025 and October 21st, 2024 to the Atlanta City Council in accordance with Section 2-275 of the Atlanta City Council Code of Ordinances, correcting ordinances 220-1679 and 230-0128. If I may take the last item as well.
Without objection, please proceed.
24C, 5133, number 9 is a communication from Mayor Andre Diggins appointing Ms. Christy Cottons Morris to serve as a member of the Buckhead Community Improvement District. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Both items, staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let both items follow that course.
That concludes the communications, Mr.
Thank
President.
you. Do we have any vetoed legislation for
We do
consideration?
not.
Okay, we have 2 pieces of unfinished business. The first is 24-0-1376. It was held in the breast of council, but it was pending as a motion to refer. So that is where we will return automatically to 24-0-1376 and a motion to refer. Discussion on the motion to refer. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I want to first thank y'all for tabling this at the last meeting to give us a couple of weeks to have some additional conversations with some important stakeholders. I want to thank Chief of Staff, Mr. Donald, as well as the Director of Nightlife, Alana Williams, for coordinating a meeting with me and Courtney Smith from ATAG 3 with members of the Nightlife Advisory Council. I want to thank those that were in attendance then as well. We had a really, I felt, a constructive conversation about this legislation and got a chance to kind of clarify and clear some of the information that had been floating around. I think we were all in agreement, as Mr. Tang said, that the end game here is to make sure that we have a vibrant and thriving nightlife that is compatible and works well within our city and our communities. We heard their concerns and the issues that they wanted to champion. Out of that meeting, we agreed that the amplified outdoor sound was best addressed in the noise ordinance, and there will be a personal paper introduced at the end of this meeting to begin that conversation in that process. Concurrent with that, there will be another paper that I will introduce with Chapter 10 that will remove this out of the alcohol code, where we, ATAG members agree or had a discussion and have a consensus that it should not really belong in there. As a good faith gesture to the nightlife folks, as Mr. Tang said, we have scheduled additional conversations and presentations to the nightlife community. There's a cadence that we're going to follow in terms of future legislation or proposed legislation. So I feel good that we've got something set up that allow us to collaborate and end up with a better product at the end of the day in terms of the ATAG 3 recommendations. So with that, this paper, in my opinion, and as you've heard from the 2 Nightlife Advisory Committee folks, is ready to go. Am I able to make a motion here, or do I need the refer to take its course first?
Depends on which motion you want to make.
I want a motion to approve or adopt.
Yeah. No, a motion to adopt doesn't take precedent. So we'll have to vote down the motion to refer, which then will keep it here if that's the course that you're trying to achieve.
I appreciate that clarification. With that, colleagues, I would ask that you not vote to refer and that we move this forward today in that spirit of collaboration.
Councilman Bott.
Point of order has got to be removed from the table before it's discussed.
No, it automatically comes back since it was held in the breast of council.
No, it has to be removed from the table before it's discussed.
No, sir. That is not the parliamentarian's view nor mine. It comes back automatically because it was held in the breast of council, therefore it's on the agenda as coming back
it's on the agenda as a held item. But
does not have to be moved back from the table.
It has to be removed from the table.
It does not. It automatically comes before us where it was when it was put onto.
Well, that has been the practice.
That is the way during my entire term we have done these items.
No, I
pulled it from the
respectfully
table.
disagree. Not that I've disagreed with anything Mr. Wan has said, but as a matter of procedure, if it's laid on the table,
No, sir,
it
that is
takes
not-
Sir, I know I don't have any ping pong balls in my hand, but I would like to be able to finish my statement.
Go ahead.
If it requires a motion to lay it on the table, it requires a motion to remove it from the table. I don't disagree with anything Mr. Wan has said, not trying to be disruptive, but trying to follow the procedure that's been established by this body. And as I recall as a witness, having served here in 3 different decades, that when you lay a motion on the table, it requires a motion to remove it from the table. And thus, it can then be considered and discussed by the body. And that has been the practice since I've been here, since I've been around. And I predate you, and I predate the parliamentarian. And I'll also further point out that we operate based on the rules of council that are based on Robert's Rules of Order and not exclusively Robert's Rules of Order. And so that is my point of order. And I believe that based on my personal experience, and experience over many councils with many council presidents, and predating our distinguished parliamentarian, that I am correct. And even if the rules have somehow been amended since you've been here, that ought to be the procedure, that we move and handle legislation based on motions and just not loosey-goosey for a procedure. And I'm finished. No, it's not a motion, it's a point of order, which during the debate, when you make a point of order, all debate stops to consider that point of order. So to consider a motion, or to honor a motion, or to have discussion about a motion, when a member makes a point of order, all debate stops to consider that point of order so that the meeting can thus follow based on its procedures and its established rules. So I was not making a motion, I'm making a point of order. And I believe that I am correct, and if the chair and I disagree, we just disagree.
Mr. Bond, I'm going to refer to the code briefly here to double check my ruling that it comes back. Okay. Councilor Bond, section 299.1 is the motion to hold in the breast of council. It's in the Code of Ordinances in the general ordinance section. It describes what happens when the next meeting, what you can do to a motion to hold in the breast of council if it's been approved in the same meeting, and then what happens at the next meeting. I am happy to discuss this with you after the meeting, but there's nothing in here that requires a removal from the table. The code does not speak to that requirement, and thus it's still my ruling that we do not need to remove it from the table for consideration. But other motions to it, once it comes out, are in order. Councilor Overstreet, we are on conversation on the motion to refer, because that's where we are.
That's where I am as well. I do have a question. I just wanted just a little clarification. We're saying that as the legislation states, that's on the table or
What's in front of us with a motion to refer back to committee.
Okay, so right now we're at motion to refer.
Correct.
Does this legislation, in order for the agreed upon measures to happen, does it require amendment, substitution, condition, anything? Nothing. And it's ready to go. Okay. So that's my clarification. I just wanted to be sure about that.
Councilor Lewis.
And I know you said you would rather discuss it after the meeting with Councilmember Bond, but I think he was right, and I also think the parliamentarian was right. But I think that what Mr. Bond was talking about was council rules, and transparency-wise, I would like for y'all to discuss it here. I think we have some students here who's learning some stuff. Mr. Bond, he's fully open to having that conversation right now. I think he was talking about council rules that we operate under and not parliamentary procedure. But I want to make sure that I'm correct as well, and Mr. Bond is willing to have that conversation right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Yes. What I will be submitting the paper for to move out of this current paper into Chapter 74 is actually in this paper. So you saying it don't need to be amended?
Councilmember Juan to respond to that?
Yes, some legal or Councilmember Juan.
Councilor Juan, why don't you go ahead and respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Amos. We reached an understanding within the Nightlife Advisory Committee that while ATAG had a consensus that things like this should not reside in Chapter 10, the best place would be in the noise ordinance, and that would require an amendment and an update to the noise ordinance. Once that's completed, then we would take it out of Chapter 10. And so we need to open the dialogue around the noise ordinance, the requirements, all that. And again, and they understand that that's going to take a little bit of time, but once that is finished, then we go back and once that passes, it'll get removed from Chapter 10. It really can't be done in one fell swoop. We can't take it out until that's completed, and they understand that too. But again, I think you heard her say at the beginning, for everything they're trying to accomplish, we were directing them to the proper path, proper part of code, and the proper process, because we think it deserves a robust conversation.
My apprehension is if this goes forward, it becomes official ordinance for the city, then we're going to come back and pull it out where we can just hold it here, do the changes so this never goes forward into the official code.
Councilor Juan, do you want to?
Yep, so the Nightlife Advisory Council understood that this language around this amplified sound is already in code, so it's not anything new. If this doesn't pass, that those provisions still prevail. What is in there that if we held it here and didn't do anything was something that industry had asked for regarding when we charge an additional $5,000 for an additional facility. Some operators being charged potentially incorrectly, and they had asked for a clarification so that, and license and permits had asked that too, so that that doesn't happen anymore. So we'd like for that to move forward, and that was the understanding that we had, that, since the impact with regard to the sound was indifferent because it's already there, that they were comfortable moving forward, provided that we opened up the conversation with your paper later. So if we do, I guess what I'm saying is if we do hold it, there is a piece that is detrimental to industry that they do want.
Well, I have some unreadiness. I don't understand why another 2-week hold, once we get everything settled out, would actually be harmful, but I have some unreadiness. Thank you. I yield.
Other discussion on the motion to refer? Councilor Bakhtiari?
Again, it's simple. Councilman Juan put in the work over the last 2 years. He reported to Nightlife Advisory. This was discussed with the group. They've come to an understanding, and I think if anyone has an issue with it, they should have shown up and done the work with them. Simple as that. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer this item.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 5 yeas, 9 nays.
5 yeas, 9 nays, the motion to refer fails. Councilmember Juan.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt.
Second.
It's on substitute, right? So, to adopt, whatever it is.
There's a motion to adopt by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilmember Overstreet.
Is it a substitute?
I know it was substituted in committee.
It says it's substituted by public.
Yeah,
So
so it should be on
in
substitute.
its current form, this is the substitute? Is that what you're saying? Okay. All right.
No, you had a motion to adopt before and then refer last meeting. Yeah. No, they don't need to.
Councilmember Lewis.
I just want to confirm, we're about to change a standing city code and ordinance to come back in 2 weeks to change it again because it's not ready? Or to come back in, yeah, that's my question.
Councilmember Juan, you want to address that?
Yes, so there is a personal paper that's going to be read in this afternoon by Councilmember Amos that addresses the noise ordinance where we feel like this clause should live. That it begins that process and however long that takes. So it's not so much that we need to wait 2 weeks as it is just, this is ready to go. You heard from the Nightlife Council members that it's ready to go. They are looking forward, as I am, to the discussion around the noise ordinance because it's a little more involved than just kind of the provision about outdoor patios. And so looking forward to that conversation. That's it.
I didn't hear it was ready to go from them. What I heard from them is they've begun discussions with you and that in 2 weeks, something else is going to be added to this. And similar to other, that's what I heard. That's what I heard from the 2 people that came up. I heard that they're working with you for some changes that will be added to this that are.
No, there are a lot of conversations that we intend to continue having. I don't know that there was an expectation of anything in 2 weeks.
I just know how sometimes people think. So, and why wouldn't they want to wait for 2 weeks to make sure that other stuff is added?
We had a conversation about just establishing trust and that we're going to have these incremental steps. There are a lot of things that in there that they're not going to care about. There are things that they're going to want. But we just have grouped everything together and rather than wait until everything is all done and neatly tied up at the end, which may not ever happen, that they were comfortable kind of continuing moving forward with these incremental steps. I mean, the 28th, we're going to be before the Nightlife training day to answer questions and talk about it. We have a process by which every time I drop a piece of legislation, they're going to get a copy and a fact sheet. And then if we need to set up a meeting, we'll set up a meeting. But I think it was in that collaborative spirit that they said, yes, this paper can move forward. We're going to work on the noise ordinance together. There'll be other issues. We talked about parking and how they want to revisit the parking restrictions on restaurants. And we said that really should be in zoning and building code, not in chapter 10. So again, there's a whole series. They saw the road, or they have a copy of the roadmap, and that was what came out of the meeting. I realize that she's standing there and you can't speak because we're in regular session, but I invite you to go to the side and confirm that with her or Richard Tang if he's still out in the audience. That was what was agreed upon.
Yeah, and everything you said makes me want to wait until after the 28th at least, because the 28th seemed like such an important date in which you're going to meet with the nightlife. I think it's almost like they're negotiating after the rules have been changed. I want them to negotiate what the rules are, where they are now, to put forth a more complete ordinance, right? And so I want to make sure that, and I heard the word trust so many times, it's trust but verify. I want to make sure they trust but verify and we got this stuff done. There's no reason for me to rush this through right now when we know we already have a piece of legislation today that we're reading in that already is a change to this. So I would be willing to wait until after 28th, and that's how I'm voting on this.
Councilman Norwood.
Yes, I think the confusion that's up here is there are two different parts of this legislation. One part is about the additional facilities, and the Nightlife group wants to go ahead and have that clarification right now. So that's what they agreed to. The other part is where, as they work through the rest of it, there may be some other changes. But the Nightlife and the ATAG 3 group all agreed that they wanted this passed so that they could deal with the ancillary facilities. That's the reason for us to say, okay, let's make sure this becomes law now. That's what they all want.
And I hear you fully. The 28th is just such an important date to me. And trust but verify. Trust but verify. But we can also go into a committee of the whole.
The 28th is not about the ancillary additional facilities. The 28th is about the other piece. So they really are separate. So if we go ahead and do this today, we get a piece done they would all like done on both sides.
I think they're under the impression that the other legislation is going to pass. I think that the folks that you're negotiating with are under the impression that it's going to happen. What I also heard was if it happens, whenever it happens too. So I think they're negotiating, they're trusting, but you need to verify sometimes. So thank you again.
Councilor Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilwoman Norwood, for, I guess, explaining the bifurcation of this ordinance. My question is that no one disagrees with the issue that they had with the two facilities in one location and being double billed for that. And as the renewals for licenses looming this fall, that is an absolute urgency. I guess my concern is the second part of it that addresses the noise. And I guess my question is both to Councilmember Juan and Councilmember Amos. If that is the issue, and this paper, I guess, does one thing regarding the noise ordinance, and then Councilmember Amos is going to introduce a paper at the end of this meeting to undo what this paper does, then why don't we, if that's the case, then why don't we just amend this paper and then that becomes unnecessary? So just asking both of you all that question.
Which one would like to, Councilor Juan?
Either one, whoever is
Councilor
most
Juan.
able.
Yeah, Councilmember Bond, I appreciate the question. I mean, so what this legislation does is take code that's already in code today. It's in Chapter 10 around outdoor amplified sound.
Right.
When we were going through and we were searching for the additional facilities, because license and permits as well as industry had asked us to clarify, as we were reading through that, we found that this was tucked away in that section. And so we were like, well, while we're in there clarifying, let's clean it up. Let's take it up and put it in its own chapter, and kind of with the foresight of if we do go back and look at the noise ordinance, we will know exactly where to go take it out. And I think what this process has shown is that, yeah, as we're cleaning up, we're kind of unearthing a lot of things that people didn't realize were tucked into code to their detriment. And we're wanting to actually facilitate the cleanup to remove it. So this legislation doesn't do anything new except for just move it. And the reason why it's not undoing something this paper does, it's undoing something that was already done and put in code. So again, there's no new impact on passing this today. However, in order to accomplish what the Nightlife folks and quite frankly some community folks want as well, we needed to create that vehicle to have those conversations, and that vehicle is an amendment to the noise ordinance, which we're going to see later this afternoon. So that was the logic and the path. It's, again, Byron's paper this afternoon doesn't undo anything new that this paper does.
So just for clarification, this paper removes the noise ordinance references out of Chapter 10?
No, it just moves, relocates verbatim, or pretty much verbatim, the language that's already there, out from under where it was buried in additional facilities into its own numbered clause within Chapter 10, so that we know exactly where it is going forward. And yeah, that's all it does.
So you're creating basically a new paragraph of what is already in the code that already exists.
Exactly.
And so, Councilmember Amos, what are you going to be doing?
Councilmember Amos, go ahead.
There we go. This paper, like you said, moves it to the noise ordinance, so it can be all in concise with Chapter 74 with the noise ordinance.
And so that'll take it out of Chapter 10.
No, his paper will address it in Chapter 74, and once that is done, there's a companion paper that will remove it from Chapter 10, and those two will move together. So yeah, it will ultimately take it out of Chapter 10, but it needs to be somewhere first before it.
So you're bifurcating internally, and he's bifurcating externally.
I don't think that I'm necessarily bifurcating, because
Well, you're separating out, well, probably bifurcating is not the correct word. You're separating out from an existing paragraph within Chapter 10 and creating a new numerical paragraph that speaks to language that already exists underneath Chapter 10.
Correct.
And so what he will be doing is introducing two papers, one to remove the newly created chapter that you're creating in this paper, and addressing other concerns within Section 74 of the code.
That's right. So, yeah, Councilmember Amos is introducing the Chapter 4 noise ordinance, and I'm introducing a paper to remove from Chapter 10. So, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Overstreet.
Tell me again, you're introducing that paper today to, okay. See, I didn't know that. Okay. So, I hear whisperings. Do we need to go into committee of the whole to hear from Nightlife again to better understand, or the administration to better understand if that is exactly what they're expecting as well? Or is everyone fine? You guys okay? Everybody's good? All right, we're all good. I'm ready.
Councilmember Amos.
Mr. President, if the need of doing this paper is to address the additional facilities, I don't think anyone is probably going to get their license within the next 2 weeks, so I'd like to make a substitute motion to hold.
To hold in the breast of council. So this is motion by Councilmember Amos to hold in the breast of council. Second by Councilmember Lewis. Just as an FYI, that's going to take a 2/3 vote, because it's the second time we'll be holding this in the breast of council. I just want to make sure that 10, it's of council, so it takes 10, no matter how many are here. So it's going to take, so a vote of aye is to hold in the breast of council.
Point of order?
Yeah.
Can you read for us where that is in the rules of council?
Sure, that's in section 299.1. It's basically, it says, or refer back to the appropriate committee prior to the adjournment of the next regular special meeting. However, by 2/3 vote of total membership, the measure may continue to be held in the breasts of council until blah, blah, blah. So there you go. So it's 2/3 on the second round.
And so the code is silent on removing from the table, but is very explicit about
Correct.
maintaining the hold within the body.
Correct.
Even though that goes against 30 years prior practice to this moment. Is that
That's-
correct?
That is the code. I don't know the 30 years of prior practice. I'm just reading the code.
Well, 30 years prior practice, to answer your question, was that a simple procedure that to lay something on the table requires a motion and vote. To remove it from the table takes a subsequent vote and motion and vote. But thank you for the clarification.
Sure. So it is not debatable, Councilmember Lewis. We'll go straight to a vote unless you have a point of order. So, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to hold in the breast of council. Just as a reminder, it will take 10 affirmative votes to pass this motion.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 5 yeas, 9 nays.
5 yeas, 9 nays. The motion to hold in the breast of council fails. So we are back in the discussion on the motion to adopt. Councilmember Lewis.
And I just want to make sure, the reason why I made sure we had some transparency around that, because a lot of council members had questions about it. And so that's why I wanted to make sure that it wasn't an offline conversation between yourself, President Shipman, and President and Councilmember Bond. I think that the public enjoyed this. I think that the people here enjoyed this, having this open dialogue, and the council members on here, we all learned a lot there. So thank you.
Councilor Overstreet, we're back on the motion to adopt.
Well, I'd like to speak to my vote. That's what I,
Go ahead.
so I voted to hold because what I know for sure is a lot of business owners aren't aware of this that's going on here at council right now. And they're going to find out in a weird way. And I wanted to make sure that we had enough dialogue for them to possibly understand exactly what is happening. So that was my vote. My vote signified that I just feel like a lot of business owners, especially those on the Beltline and other places with the indoor-outdoor type of entertainment areas, don't really know that we're voting right now about this. And they are not that aware of what's happening at ATAG and a few other things. And I know it's all public. Everyone knows that out of the 500,000 people that live in the city of Atlanta, a lot of people are laser focused on their every day-to-day, and they don't know about these specifics that are happening here at City Hall every day. And so that my vote is just to flag that, and that is all.
Councilor Winston.
Thank you, Council President. It's my understanding that this actually is time sensitive because licenses are being renewed right now. So the part about the facilities, we need to get ahead of that so that the businesses aren't being double charged. And I don't know if someone from law can clarify that.
I don't know if anybody from law wants to speak to the potential for current double charges.
Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta, Department of Law. And I do apologize. Could you repeat that question?
Well, I don't know if law needs to answer or is it finance, but it's my understanding that licenses are currently being renewed at this point.
That is absolutely correct. Per state law, alcohol license renewals are due by no later than December 31st of the current year for the next year. It's a calendar year-based system, and they open their application process in October. So right now, current license holders are currently in the process of renewing their licenses, and some may have already completed that process, but this is what would be considered alcohol license renewals season.
Councilor Bond.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson, for that explanation. Thank you, Council President, for that acknowledgement. Yeah, I wanted to explain my vote as well. like with Ms. Overstreet, the power to regulate that we possess is of tremendous impact to those of whom that we are regulating. And though when we make these decisions, even though much of everything that we do is advertised, it is public, that doesn't necessarily mean that the public that is affected is necessarily engaged, despite our best efforts to have them be made aware through our public advertisements and public promotion of our meetings and whatever media coverage derives from that. So I've just always been one to believe that every opportunity for those who are affected by what we do, that they have the opportunity to at least comment on it or give us a piece of their mind about it. And I also want to further state that it's been mentioned that, that certain council people work on items and, that when they bring them to the body, that, we just ought to accept it because that person has done the work. Crediting the person who may have done the work is one thing, but that doesn't absolve those of us who are members not to question or raise issues about legislation that comes before the body. Because the legislation that comes before the body, once it's introduced, it doesn't necessarily belong to that member anymore, right? Because it's there for us, for each member to either attempt to question, examine, potentially amend, or make motions to approve or deny, et cetera. It belongs to all of us. And this is the forum for that questioning. This is the forum for that scrutiny. This is the forum to have that discussion. Despite the admirable work that any member might have done to birth that legislation, it becomes our obligation, or we should not put down our obligation to scrutinize and examine that legislation once it's before us. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. We're debating the motion to adopt this item. Is there any more debate on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 3 nays.
11 yeas, 3 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to the other item that was held in the breast of council, 24-0-1483. Believe this is Councilmember Shook who had made the motion to adopt this item. Councilmember Shook?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to bring forward a substitute.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan to bring forth a substitute regarding 24-0-1483. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth a substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth substitute carries.
All right, thank you. Let me read the caption of the proposed substitute. It's an ordinance by Mr. Winston, is substituted by Finance Exec, an ordinance to request the issuance by the Atlanta Urban Redevelopment Agency of its revenue bonds, surface transportation and infrastructure bonds series 2024B in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $120 million to assist with financing the cost of the acquisition, construction, and installation of certain surface transportation and infrastructure improvements located within the Atlanta Urban Redevelopment Area Number 1, including critical road resurfacing and restriping projects, traffic signalization and lighting projects, Sidewalk and Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 ramp projects, digital, variable, and static wayfinding system projects, and related transportation and infrastructure improvements, collectively the 2024B project, authorizing the execution, deliverance, and performance of an intergovernmental contract, a bond purchase agreement, a continuing disclosure agreement, and related documents and certificates, authorizing the execution of an acknowledgement of service and the filing of an answer on behalf of the city in validation proceedings related to the 2024B bonds, authorizing the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement, an official statement in connection with the sale of said bonds by the agency, approving a designated officer of the city to, quote, deem final, end quote, the preliminary official statement for purposes of Securities and Exchange Commission, the rule of which is indicated here, and approving amendment number 1 of the City of Atlanta amended and restated urban redevelopment plan to authorize the CFO to create a bond fund, the number of which is indicated, are surface transportation and infrastructure projects, to amend the FY 2025 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations bond proceeds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $120 million and for other related purposes. And it's been brought to my attention that an amendment is being proposed that would add a 17th whereas clause, which would read, this rehabilitation effort will be undertaken in alignment with Safe Streets projects currently envisioned and funded for Whitehall Street, Peachtree Street, Ralph McGill Boulevard, Ivan Allen Boulevard, Cortlandt Street, Piedmont Avenue, and Edgewood Avenue that will install on-street buffered and protected bike lanes and other safety improvements for cyclists and pedestrians, and a new section 15, which would read that the urban redevelopment project shall be amended to require all applicable projects to adhere to Vision Zero aligned street designs, alterations, and safety improvements intended to protect vulnerable road users, including pedestrians and cyclists, as described in documents, including but not limited to Cycle Atlanta 1.0, Cycle Atlanta 2.0, Downtown Atlanta Master Plan, South Downtown Transportation Plan, and the Vision Zero Action Plan. I'll move approval of those amendments.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Shook to amend per the 17th whereas clause and the new section 15. I believe all council members have a printed copy of that proposed amendment. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend with these two items? Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I ask for your support on this amendment. Over the last 2 weeks since we first discussed this legislation, myself, Councilmember Westmoreland, Councilmember Faroki, amongst others, along with the administration, Councilmember Bakhtiari, had some thoughts, concerns, and felt like there were some opportunities with this repaving legislation to make our downtown communities much more livable than they have been. We recognize that many of the streets that are downtown are 5-lane thoroughfares for cars, and we have a number of city planning documents, whether it's Cycle Atlanta 1.0 and 2.0, or whether it's the Atlanta Downtown Master Plan, whether it's the South Downtown Transportation Plan, that not only contemplates but also identifies opportunities to make these parts of our city much more safe, to the extent in which we've already allocated funding through Moving Atlanta Forward and other funding mechanisms to ensure that that happens. And so we didn't want to lose the forest from the trees. We didn't want to lose that vision and lose that opportunity, and we wanted to make it as explicit as possible in this legislation to ensure that we keep that in mind, to not only make our downtown more livable, but also think about downtown and about this city beyond the 2026 World Cup. And so ask you all to support this amendment. We're just trying to make sure that we adhere to what we've already committed to as a body, that we already legislated, and we're just making sure that this is baked into the pie. That's it.
Thank you. Other discussion on the motion to amend, Councilmember Faroki.
Has there been a second? Did I miss it?
There is. Councilmember Juan,
Yes,
second.
Thank you, Councilmember. I want to thank Councilmember Westmoreland and Dozier and the admin for working on this. This is a improvement over what was introduced to us in that it will lead to paying more attention to how we orient our public space so that it's safer for pedestrians and cyclists alongside vehicles. It will take care of some much-needed repaving and street redesign. There's other projects that are in the pipeline separate from this that will address a number of complete street concerns, including Portland and Piedmont and some others. I support this amendment. I'll support the paper. I think, though, some of the hesitation of the last 2 weeks has been driven not by the allocation of dollars to this footprint, which is where we see a lot of out-of-towners use our streets and put undue wear and tear on them, but that it's an opportunity to do something pretty significant for downtown in a way that makes it a place where people want to be, where people want to live. Our downtown has suffered for a while as other parts of town have thrived. That's not to say there's not other challenges across the city, but our center city isn't just our center city, it's the region's center city. What happens in downtown Atlanta shapes people's perception of not just the city, but of the region. And when you have peer cities who are moving aggressively to revision their downtowns, I think this paper could have gone further. I think the vision from this body and the executive branch needs to be more ambitious with respect to downtown. I oftentimes cite former Chicago Mayor Richard Daley, who was once asked why he spent so much attention focused on downtown Chicago, and he said, look, if the core of the apple is rotten, no one wants the apple. And I'm not saying that downtown is rotten, it's not. It's full of amazing people and terrific infrastructure. But when you look at what our peer cities are doing, what the cities we tend to compare ourselves with on a global and national scale are doing with respect to their downtowns, we need to be more aggressive and more ambitious with how we envision our public space so that it's spaces where people want to be, and people want to be there, developers will be there, housing will follow, and we'll see a bit of a resurgence to the center city. There's so much terrific bones to what we see downtown, and there's enormous potential, but it's going to require, I think, a more intentional and creative use of public space than we're seeing today. So thank you again for Councilmember Dozier for introducing this amendment. I'm in full support.
Thank you, Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, if you will indulge us, what we realize in reviewing what was printed off, there's actually more correct language that I would like us to consider that essentially we had the wrong wording, and we want to make sure we have the right wording entered into the record before we vote. And so if,
can you clarify where is the exact language that you're?
I believe it was just sent to all of our colleagues, so it's in your inbox right now. And I will read off the full caption, if I can get back into my inbox to read off that full caption. One moment. It's in everyone's inboxes. One moment. It sounds like it hasn't hit inboxes yet. So we will resend in 1 second.
Okay. Councilmember Dozier, Councilmember Shook and Juan are going to remove their motion so that basically you can correct and bring forward a motion to amend.
Okay.
It's the language that you prefer.
All right, and so I would like to make a motion to amend. We'll keep the language for the addition to the whereas clause remains the same. However, the additional section 15 reads as follows, that the urban redevelopment plan shall be amended to require all applicable projects to adhere to Vision Zero aligned bicycle and pedestrian safety improvements as described in documents and legislation previously adopted by the Atlanta City Council. It takes out some language that is too specific, and we want to make sure we're on the same page with the administration on this. So,
Okay. Do council members have that language in their inboxes?
Yep.
Can we get a printout of that? Give us just a moment. We'll get a printout to everybody of Councilmember Dozier's amendment. So there's a motion to amend by Councilmember Dozier. There's a second by Councilmember Juan. We're going to hold just a moment to get a printout of the renewed language.
That's okay. My remarks apply. Right. We're 5 minutes from now, so it's all good. I'm not going to repeat. I'm not going to repeat myself. Yeah.
The printouts of the amendment are being distributed right now. Does anyone need a printout? Okay. So the motion by Councilmember Dozier, seconded by Councilmember Wand, is to amend. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend 24-0-1483.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
Move approval on substitute as amended.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to adopt on a substitute as amended, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the substitute as amended on this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended on substitute as amended carries. Councilmember Shook.
Yes, thanks to everyone who worked on this. I would now like to make a motion to send this to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to move this to the mayor's office post haste, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Oh, Councilmember Bakhtiari, did you want to speak to this? Oh, sorry. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
I just, we don't often take a moment to celebrate really big milestones here, and I just wanted to say this was a tremendous effort on the part of Councilmember Westmoreland, Councilmember Dozier, Councilmember Faroki, and with COO Burks and Deputy Chief Pace. So I'm just incredibly grateful to the administration, especially my colleagues, for working this one out. It was not easy, and y'all have done extraordinary work, so thank you.
Okay. Next up, we will move to the consent agenda, Section 1. These are items for second reading. They begin on page 6 of your documents. The appropriate motion will be to adopt. But first, let me ask if there are any items to be removed. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I'd like to remove item number 17. It's 24R 4291. It's on page 15.
Remove 24R 4291. Any other items to be removed from the consent agenda, Section 1? If not, I will entertain a motion to adopt with the one item removed. Moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1, with one item removed? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1, with one item removed carries. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, Section 2. These are items that begin on page 32. They are for first reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to refer. But let me once again ask if there's any items to be removed from the consent agenda, Section 2. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to refer. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. In discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, Section 2. Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. Next, we'll move to the report of standing committees. First up today will be Public Safety and Legal Administration. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do not have a report today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be the City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please turn to page 38 of your full council agenda for the standing committee report for the City Utilities Committee for item number 1, 24R 4288. Item 1, page 38, favorable on condition, a resolution by City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into agreements with Keep America Beautiful in partnership with Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission and AT&T in connection with this agreement in an amount not to exceed $30,000.00 for a beautification project along Martin Luther King Jr. Drive adjacent to Mosley Park and for other purposes. The condition was for DPW to provide a substitute with the account information. The condition has been satisfied. Motion to bring forth the substitute.
There's a motion to bring forth a substitute by Councilmember Lewis. There's seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to bring forth the substitute? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Motion to adopt on substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Lewis to adopt on substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted 24R 4288.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
This concludes my
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
This concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be CDHS. Next up will be the CDHS Committee. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. I have 3 items in my report today. The first is item 22-0-1045. It's a CDP-21-053, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2021 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 570 Flat Shoals Avenue Southeast from single-family residential land use designation to low-density commercial land use designation and for other purposes. This was out of MPUW Council District 5. The recommendation of the committee is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 22-0-1045. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you. Next item is 24-0-1552, an ordinance by council members Byron D. Amos, Matt Westmoreland, Michael Julian Bond, Jason H. Winston, and Howard Shook, as substituted and amended by the Community Development Human Services Committee to name the fountain located in Rodney Cook Senior Park in honor of the Honorable Councilmember Ivory Lee Young Jr. and for other purposes. The recommendation of the committee is to approve on substitute as amended. This item passed the committee on 3 yeas and 1 abstention.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt on substitute and as amended 24-0-1552. Does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Okay. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilor Boone. Councilor Boone. Councilor Boone's an aye.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve on substitute as amended carries.
Thank you. My last item is a resolution 24-R-4179, a resolution by Community Development Human Services Committee on behalf of the Department of City Planning to amend Resolution 24-R-3750, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on July the 1st, 2024, and approved per Charter Section 2-403 on July the 10th, 2024, by correcting the funding of account strings listed here therein and all other parts of the legislation to remain unchanged and for other purposes. The recommendation of the committee is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 24-R-4179. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you, Council President. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be the Transportation Committee. Chair Amos.
Have a few here. First, 24-0-1546, item number 1 on page 46. Ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor on behalf of the city to execute all documents necessary for the additional acquisition of certain property interest necessary for the Howell Mill Road Complete Street Project, authorizing negotiations with property owners for the acquisition of such property interests, authorizing title searches, appraisals, surveys, and any other items necessary for the acquisition of such property interests, authorizing the mayor and the city attorney in the event negotiations are unsuccessful to institute condemnation proceedings pursuant to the declaration of taking method OCGA code listed, waiving certain provisions of Article 10 Real Estate and Procurement Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance, all contracted work and payment for property interest to be paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. This came out of committee as favorable with 3 yeas, 1 abstention. Recommendation, motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt coming out of committee 24-0-1546. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next item is 24-R-4197. That's item number 17 on page 15. This is the one that was actually pulled from the consent agenda. It need to be amended, so I make a motion to amend.
I need an amendment for it.
And point of clarification, isn't this 24R
Yes.
4291?
Yes.
So it's 91?
It's 91.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, correction, 24-R-4191,
4291.
4291.
My handwriting was terrible, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. I
We-
apologize.
We got it for the record.
Thank you.
So make a motion to amend.
There's a motion to amend 24-R-4291 by Councilmember Amos. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Does it change the caption, Councilmember Norwood?
What it changes is the amount that will be expended in District 8, because the item that was enlisted for District 8 was actually mostly in District 9. But it does not change the amount of money from LMIG. The additional money is from my Dustin's dollars, where we all received some transportation dollars, and District 8 is using some of those to finish up a street.
Thank you. Other discussion on the motion to amend this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is almost open. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
As amended, resolution by Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to apply for and accept grant funding for the Georgia Department of Transportation for the 2025 Local Maintenance Improvement Grant for the purpose of resurfacing certain City of Atlanta streets in the amount of $4,879,000, $79,603, there we go, and 49 cents, and for other purposes. Motion to approve.
There's a motion to adopt as amended by Councilmember Amos, 24-R-4291. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Mr. Valentine. Will everyone please vote?
Councilmember Westmoreland's and I, as
The vote is closed. That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries. No, he read the.
So, Mr. President, the next one is 24-R-4198, item number 2, page 46. It comes to us as substituted, but I think we have an amendment that is being prepared. And it doesn't change the caption, so I read the caption into the record. A resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Byron D. Amos, as amended by Transportation Committee, modifying the Atlanta Airport Atrium Policy Task Force to establish the task force as a permanent entity, to rename the task force to the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport Vendors Policy Task Force, and to require, well, it does change the caption. So I continue to read. Once a month meeting in order to review all procedures, policies and laws pertaining to Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport Atrium and adjacent terminals to improve operations and enhance safety and for other purposes.
Councilmember Bond? Just, so there's a motion coming out of committee, so it does not need a second, but I believe we're going to get an amendment. So Councilmember Bond.
Yes, I have written an amendment. I'd like to make the amendment that in the states should meet every 60 days.
So the substitution that you should have in your records speaks of quarterly, but the amendment is to change that quarterly to every 60 days. That'll be the only change.
Move, and that's my motion.
So Councilmember Bond, I believe there's a substitute that was going to be presented, and then your amendment is on top of the substitute.
Yes, on top of the substitute.
Okay, so let's do the substitute first, and I'll come back to the amendment if that's.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so Councilmember Bond's going to withdraw his motion. I'm going to entertain a motion to bring forth the substitute.
Yeah, motion to substitute.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute by Councilmember Amos, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute on 24-R-4198? Hearing none, we'll move to, well, we can actually do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
14 yea. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries. Councilmember Bond.
I would move the previous stated motion.
So Councilmember Bond is
They
going
meet
to
every 60 days.
move to amend to 60-day time frame, replacing, I believe, what you said was quarterly. So that motion is on the table by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt a substitute? To adopt an amendment? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
So move approved.
There's a motion to there's a motion to adopt as substituted and amended by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted and amended this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
One moment. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? Vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substitute and amended carries. Councilmember Bond.
Move to send this to the mayor's office post haste.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Amos to send this to the mayor's office post haste. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
Thank you.
Chair Amos.
Yes, 24-R-4292, item number 3 on page 46. A resolution by the Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to issue task order number 1 for RFP-S-121082D, General Engineering Services with Transport ATL JV to provide construction design services, ASR inspection, construction project administration, CEI, and construction QA for the Spring Street Viaduct replacement, Southern Phase 2 project on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation in an amount not to exceed $537,651.97. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein, and for other purposes. Recommendation is to file. Make a motion to file.
Was that coming out of committee then?
Yes.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 24-R-4292. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Mr. President, end my report.
Thank you. Next up will be the Finance Exec Committee. Chair Shook.
Thank you. 2 items, 24-0-1549, an ordinance by Shook supplementing that certain Series 2024 bond ordinance, 24-0-1479, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on the date indicated and approved by the mayor on the date indicated to, among other things, set forth the terms of the City of Atlanta Water and Wastewater Subordinate Lien Revenue Bond Series 2024, including the original aggregate principal amount, interest rates, maturity amounts, and maturity dates, ratifying certain prior actions of the officers and agents of the city with respect to the issuance and sale of the Series 2024 bonds, ratifying and approving the execution and delivery of a bond purchase agreement, ratifying and approving the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement, and execution and delivery of a final official statement in connection with the offer and sale of the Series 2024 bonds, authorizing the CFO to create the bond fund number blank to amend the FY25 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations bond proceeds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed blank, and for other related purposes. This comes forward from committee with no recommendation, and my motion is to table this and take it up during our October 30 special call meeting.
Second.
There's a motion to table this to be, to come back up on the special call meeting on October 30th by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan. It's not debatable, so we'll move directly to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to table this item.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to table carries.
Thank you. 24-R-4213 is a substitute resolution by Finance Exec authorizing the mayor on behalf of the city to enter into an appropriate contractual agreement for the RFP indicated services with Lichty Soco JV, a joint venture LLC, to provide managing general contractor services for the Parks and Rec on a task order basis in the amount not to exceed $3,000,000 $500,000. All services will be charged to and paid from the account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. This comes forward out of committee with 3 yeas, 2 nays, and out of respect for the majority, I will move approval. True.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-R-4213. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Councilmember Juan? Juan is aye. That's 9 yeas, 2 nays.
9 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
That is all.
Thank you. Next will be the Committee on Council. Chair Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Council President. We only have 3 items on the report, but for our first item, I would like to motion to go into Committee of the Whole so that allow for Ms. LaShondra Butler-Burks to address the council.
There's a motion by Councilman Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilman Juan to go into Committee of the Whole. Is any discussion on this? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to move in Committee of the Whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move the Committee of the Whole carries. We're now in Committee of the Whole, and I would directly invite Ms. Burks to address the body.
You got a whole army rolling in behind you.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, if you could all hold hands.
So good afternoon to each of you, to Council President Shipman, to all the members of the Atlanta City Council. It is definitely an honor to be here with you today. And I want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Good morning. My name is Candace Stansel. I get to serve as your Chief Equity Officer for the City of Atlanta. And it is my privilege to welcome you to International Day of the Girl. Let me hear it. Man, I'm a little emotional as I stand here because it has been quite a journey to get to this day. And so I'm just going to use my remarks because we want to make sure we're on time and enjoying this moment and this special treat. We've got something in store for y'all this morning that's going to be amazing. Listening, laughing, learning. And before we get into it, I want to see who's in this room really quickly. So if you, it's called Sit Down, Stand Up. So if I call something that aligns to you, I want you to get up for 2 minutes, right? We're going to do this really quickly. So if you're in a 6th grade, 6th graders, let me see you. Stand up. Cheer. Yeah. Look. Woo. 7th graders. 7th graders in the building. Hey. 8th graders. Come on. Who's going to be the loudest? 8th graders. Let me see you. Woo. Oh. 8th graders. Are we too cool? We're too cool? All right. You're in the 9th grade. Let me see you. Let me hear you. 9th graders. Woo. Right in the middle of this high school time, 10th graders, let me see you. Woo, oh, look, they're ready. They are ready. All right, juniors, come on, let's see what you got, juniors. 11th graders. Woo! Now, I know this group is ready. They're counting down. Seniors, let me see you and hear you. Woo! All right, class of 2025. We see y'all. We see you. We're so glad that you all are here today. We'll get to know y'all a little bit more in a bit. But we're here because International Day of the Girl.
Forward agenda, which is a very progressive one. He often states that Atlanta has to be the best city to raise a child. And we are working hard daily on his 4 pillars: one safe city, a city of opportunity for all, a city built for the future, and effective and ethical government. And I know we can get to being the best city to raise a child because many of us in this very room are proof of that. As I look around this room and look on this dais, many of us were born in this city, educated in this city, raised in this city. And now we have accomplished so much to make this city proud. I'm excited to work alongside all these great leaders who tricked me and came in behind. Each of our cabinet members and several employees who are here today to support me, who I've worked with over those 29 years. And we are going to work hard to achieve those goals. But before I take my seat, one of my girlfriends recently sent me a text that said, over the years, I've learned that it's not what we have in life, but who we have in our lives that matters. And I want to say my village is strong. I am thankful for my husband, Anthony Burks, little Anthony, who I call my personal assistant. Sometimes when we're on the way in the house, he tells my husband, shh, mommy's on an important call. He knows every commissioner by name. If they call, if I answer, depending on who the commissioner is, I hear him say, that will be 10 minutes. That one will be 30 minutes. And so I thank God for them. I also thank God for my stepdaughter, Chelsea, who is virtual with us today because she's in her first year at Howard Law School. So proud of her. My 93-year-old father is en route. My 105-year-old aunt en route. My 93-year-old mother-in-law. My sister, my brother, my nephews, nieces, and close friends. To each of you, I say thank you. And a special thanks to the very person who is not here with me physically today, but she lives in my heart, and I feel her presence each and every day as my angel, and that is my mother. Thank you again, and blessings upon each my angel, and that is my mother.
It is a real big honor for me as the chair of this committee to get to preside over this moment because I have to tell you, COO, I have always been of the belief as somebody who was lucky enough to be raised between Lilburn and Atlanta and getting to, grow up in this city and having it being such a welcoming place and knowing that there are very few other cities where my family would have been able to get what they have gotten in a place like Atlanta. It's been hard to watch our city always outsource talent. And I can't imagine a better person who has gone from being a clerk to working in every department that has such huge insight into the operations of the city. And already the bridge that you've created here, you've been transformative already. And it is going to be a tremendous honor to keep working with you. I love you, Lala. And just thank you.
Thank you.
Truly thank you. And also I see Mini-Me down there. And I love that when I told him how amazing his mother was, he said, I know. And I will be calling him for advice from here every once in a while.
Councilmember Overstreet.
So I'll be brief. And then I know once you saw one speaker light, you go on, you were like, oh, Lord. I can't let this opportunity go by without just expressing to you how your work has really, really impressed me. From the moment I stepped on council, you know, I came down here very, very green. All I wanted to do was make a difference in Southwest Atlanta. I wanted to stay in Southwest Atlanta. I wanted to stay. I'm like, I've been here my life. I've raised my family here. I want to grow old here. And you heard me. And I feel heard by you all the time. I really do. I feel your support. I feel your deep connection to not just Southwest Atlanta, but to Atlanta as a whole, as a vision, as I do. Like, I want to live my entire city, but I certainly want to have all my favorite things next to me. And you understand that. You truly do. The work that you do, the way you do your work is so impressive. I believe you. I believe in you. When you walk in, when I'm in a combative zone, because I'm speaking to people that have been, you know, more than patient for their turn. Something simple like the Cascade Complete Streets that felt like we had gone off the rails, which we have. We've been saying this conversation has been happening since 2016. You walked in to a meeting this summer and tore the house down. You made sure everyone heard you. From that, we built legislation to support the community. That's just one example of the many things that you do throughout my district, and the fact that you times 15 is absolutely phenomenal. So the work that you do, it really does speak for you, and it's the way you do it. Thank you so much for saying yes to this position. I know that it is going to be tiring, and because I'm still going to be calling on you. But I just do want I want you to truly understand my appreciation for what you do. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you.
Councilmember Boone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Burks, you are loving, you are kind, but you are tough as nails. Thank you on behalf of the people of Atlanta for bringing yourself forward to serve. You are one of the very few people from this city, from the inner city, that has held this position. So I'd like to thank the mayor and his entire team for lifting you up. You are going to make us proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Westmoreland.
Move approval.
Committee of the whole first. So
We had to come out of committee.
Move out of committee of the whole, else
So
we'll have to do it twice.
I'll go ahead and
So,
make
any
it.
other comments? So, motion to move out of committee of the whole by Councilmember Bakhtiari?
Yes.
Seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. Any discussion on the motion to move out of committee of the whole? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to motion to move out of committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. Motion carries. We are out of committee of the whole. So now we are back to the committee report.
Yep.
Chair Bakhtiari.
Thank you. 24-C-5122, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. LaShondra Butler Burks, aka Lala, to serve as Chief Operating Officer for the City of Atlanta. And the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-C-5122. Does not need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item.
The vote is open.
The suspense.
The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries. If any council members need anything, this is a good time as everybody's in the chamber. Chair Bakhtiari.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, 24-R-4193, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing Ms. Aileen Devong as the Atlanta City Council appointee to the Atlanta Beltline Design Review Committee as one of the appointees designated for a member of the public who is an architect licensed in the state of Georgia for a term of 2 years and for other purposes. This was found favorable in its committees, and the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-R-4193. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 24-R-4193.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Mr. Westmoreland? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. This does conclude my legislative agenda, but I was hoping with the President's permission I could make an announcement.
Go ahead.
I did want to, let me see. Did I skip a communication? I'm sorry. I apologize. That does not conclude my agenda. No, we held that one. Yeah, we held. I'm sorry. No, we did not. We ended up holding that appointment. So my announcement, I wanted to thank my colleagues and make everyone aware that thanks to your nominations, we are happy to say that we will not be losing quorum for the Water and Sewer Appeals Board. We still have 2 vacancies. Those group appointments are District 1, District 2, and Post 1. And again, District 3, District 4, and Post 1. So we will follow up with each of you to ensure that y'all making those appointments. But again, we have reached quorum. So thank you. And I do want to say that we are very close to filling the reaching quorum on Atlanta Commission on Fatherhood, Men and Boys. We're 3 appointments away from a quorum. So again, we'll be following up with you on that, but please, if you have a vacancy, make the appointment. And we will be reaching out to, over the next few months, we will be streamlining our base process and be reaching out to all council members to ensure that our bases are taken care of and that we are eliminating bases that have not met in forever so that we are not appointing our constituents to bases that have never met. Thank you, and that does conclude my report.
Thank you. Councilman Westmoreland, do you have a comment?
I have a parliamentary inquiry, I guess, either to suspend the rules or to go back into committee of the whole to hear from the mayor.
The mayor by code can speak to council. Okay. We just do a unanimous consent. Is there any objection to allow to the mayor speaking to council?
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, did you dress up just for this?
Without objection, please sound the count on unanimous consent. Madam Clerk.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Welcome, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council President Shipman. Thank you all, my colleagues on City Council. I am coming from an event at the High Museum, a photo shoot for something that we're doing, and I rushed back to get here in time for this confirmation of LaShondra Burks to be the COO of the City of Atlanta. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for your vote backing this confirmation. This is a very special leader of our city, one that's been committed to the City of Atlanta for many, many years, and I would even say since birth, being a native of the City of Atlanta, a graduate of Atlanta Public Schools, working her way up through the organization. I'm not gonna say a whole lot because a lot has already been said, I'm sure, and I've already written my confirmation for her. But what I'll say is a lot of people have IQ, but it's wonderful when you see someone with IQ and EQ, the emotional intelligence to be able to understand the people aspects of city government, the people aspects of City Hall, of each department, of communities, of the regional players at hand. So I'm grateful for your leadership over all these many years and standing by my side since you went from interim status to immediately. I said, let's make sure this confirmation goes through as the COO of the City of Atlanta. She is a great operator. one that knows how to operate the various departments of this city. And from all of the cabinet meetings and everything in between, the commissioners, the chiefs, et cetera, all give her their full respect, her full attention, and their backing. And so I thank you all for doing the same. Her attitude is the same as mine. We work from can't see morning to can't see night, 24 hours a day, to be able to do just this, this love that we have for the city of Atlanta. You won't be disappointed. She'll make you proud, as we already see that she has. So thank you all. I'll let you get back to your business. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chair Bakhtiari, did you want to make an announcement, or you're done? We're done. Okay. Next up would be Zoning Committee. Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we have 8 ordinances for second reading. Item number 1 is 240-1286, Z2459. Location is multiple locations. The ordinance is to allow for the removal and conversion of certain billboards. The recommendation of the committee is to adopt. Came out of committee with 3 yeas and 2 abstentions.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1286. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 11 yeas, 2 nays.
11 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next up, without objection, we can take items 2 through 4 as a block. Item number 2, 240-1425, U2424, 3612 Paces Ferry Road Northwest. This ordinance is for a special use permit for a place of worship. 240-1494, U2426, 889 Howell Mill Road Northwest. This ordinance is for a special use permit for a non-residential use of establishment exceeding 7,500 square feet, an area in which alcohol beverages are sold or consumed on the premises. Item number 4, 240-1495, U2427, 650 Montgomery Ferry Road Northeast. This ordinance is for a special use permit for a private school. The recommendation of the committee is to adopt as amended.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt these 3 items as amended. Does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended these 3 items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
Item number 5, 240-1422, Z2455, 705 Constitution Road Southeast. This ordinance is to rezone from I1C to I1. The recommendation from the committee is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 24-0-1422. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Item number 6 is 240-1496. It's U2428, 1183 6th Street Northwest. The purpose is a special use permit for a personal care home. The recommendation of the committee is to adverse.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adverse 24-0-1496. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adverse this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adverse.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adverse carries.
Items 7 and 8 can be taken as a block without objection.
Please proceed.
Item number 7, 22-1759, Z2277, the text amendment. The ordinance is to create a new section 1618H-004 to create regulations for short-term rentals in the home park neighborhood. Item item number 8, 240-1542. It's an ordinance to amend off-street parking requirements in the home park neighborhood. The recommendation of committee is to refer to ZRB. I'm going to make a substitute motion after talking with the authors to refer back to the zoning committee.
There's a motion to refer back to the zoning committee by both items by Councilman Westmoreland, seconded by Councilman Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer back to zoning these two items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer these two items to zoning committee.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer back to zoning committee carries.
Next up, we have first reads. Without objection, we can take items 9 through 11 as a block.
Proceed.
240-1557, Z2462, it's 345 Mount Zion Road Southwest. This ordinance is rezoned from R4 to R4A. 240-1558, Z2463, 243 Cycle Terrace Northwest is to rezone from SPI 19 SA6 WIZ to SPI 19 SA7 WIZ. Item 11, 240-1559, Z2464, it's 103 Haygood Avenue Southeast, is to rezone from R5C to R5C for a change of conditions. I move to refer to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer these three items to ZRB and zoning by Councilman Westmoreland. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Shook. Any discussion on the motion to refer these three items? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer these three items to ZRB and zoning.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Finally, items 12 and 13, without objection, can be taken as a block. 240-1560, the ordinance is to amend 240-1242, and item number 13 is 240-1567. It's a text amendment to amend 240-1019. I move to refer to the Zoning Committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland to refer these two items to zoning committee. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Any discussion on the motion to refer these two items to zoning committee? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
That concludes the report of the Zoning Committee.
Thank you. That concludes the report of the standing committees today. Next, we will move to personal papers. We have several for immediate consideration. We will begin with Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have Elms ID number 36511, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate an amount not to exceed $50,000 and 0 cents to the 100 Black Men of Atlanta, Incorporated, pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to make the donation payment from the account listed therein and for other purposes. Whereas pursuant to Section 6-306, the City of Atlanta's Charter and the City Council of Atlanta may authorize a donation of funds to a nonprofit organization for charitable purposes, and whereas It is the desire of the city of Atlanta to donate to the 100 Black Men of Atlanta for the support of the organization's mission of mentorship to perform for Atlanta youth, whereas the 100 Black Men of Atlanta is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that partners with the Atlanta community to improve the quality of life by supporting the enhancement of educational and economic opportunities for African American youth. And a donation is proposed in an amount not to exceed $50,000 for its mission. And whereas the City Council desires to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to make the donation of payment to the 100 Black Men of Atlanta Incorporated from the account listed therein in an amount not to exceed $50,000. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, and pursuant to the 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter of the Chief Financial Officer is authorized to make such a donation to the 100 Black Men of Atlanta Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $50,000. Be it finally resolved that the Chief Financial Officer is authorized to charge to and pay from the authorized hereby from the following amount: General Fund DPR charge account 1001140301 5212001611000. And probably ought to add as a scribbler's note that all resolutions and parts of resolutions existing herein, to the extent of the conflict is hereby amended. I'd like to move approval.
There's a motion to approve Elms 36511. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilmember Faroki.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Bond, for the paper. I have a few questions. One is, can you just give us a quick synopsis as to why this is for immediate consideration?
Well, Mr. Faroki, if I'm being intellectually honest, I don't know, because I was not aware that this was up for immediate consideration. But I would assume that that there's probably some pending immediate interest.
Is it your paper?
Yes, it is my paper.
Okay. Can you opine on what the immediate interest is? Or if not, maybe we refer to committee.
I'm at the mercy of the body. It was listed, to my surprise, when the president called my name, it said that we were up for immediate consideration. I was surprised.
Is anyone?
I have no additional information, Councilman
Right, I have no additional information, but I assume that when the administration, I guess, assigned the paper and spoke to our staff, that there is some immediate need for the grant. I don't know if it expires or they have to receive it by a particular time.
Okay.
So perhaps we can.
Is anyone from finance able to?
Anybody from finance can elaborate?
Sorry, Councilmember, could you please repeat the question?
If I may, I believe the question is, why is the need for immediate consideration on this particular paper?
Finance isn't aware of any need for immediate consideration.
Okay.
Would the author of the paper be comfortable with us referring this to FEC or wherever Council President Shipman directs it if we were to refer it?
Well, I'm just not in an opinion to opine because I don't have the information. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was someone, when it was communicated over to the staff to have it listed, had it placed there, but no one mentioned it to me.
Councilmember Overstreet, can you help clarify? She's trying to jump in, so
I'd like to move on to the next immediate consideration and come back to this one, please.
So if you'd like to, Councilmember Bond, if you are amenable, what I would suggest is that you actually withdraw your motion to adopt. We'll go to the next immediate paper, and then you can bring back, I'll make sure that you have immediate before we end all the immediate considerations. That may give some time, but that is up to you. The motion to adopt is on the floor.
I don't have any problem with that.
Okay, so Councilor Bond is going to withdraw his motion to adopt. We'll give it a moment and move on to a couple of the other immediates, and then we'll come back if need be. Councilor Overstreet, are you good?
Clarification is on the way.
Okay, great. So let's go ahead and Councilmember Shook, if you're ready with your immediate consideration, we'll move to that, and we'll come back to this one.
Thank you. This is Helms 36628, resolution by Shook and Overstreet, amending Resolution 24R3983, which was adopted September 3rd of this year, approved by the mayor September 10th, which established the City of Atlanta Temporary Task Force charged with reviewing the processes and procedures of the Office of the Inspector General, the Ethics Office, and the Governing Board of the Office of the Inspector General and the Ethics Office, and with making written recommendations to the mayor and the City Council in regards thereto to extend the deadline which the task force shall make its report to the mayor and the Atlanta City Council for an additional 14 days so that the report shall be made no later than November 8th of this year and for other purposes. Whereas in furtherance of its commitment to transparency, ethics, and compliance, and to promote public trust in city government, on September 3rd of this year, the Atlanta City Council adopted on September 10th, the mayor approved the resolution listed to establish the task force to be comprised of members of the Atlanta City Council and lawyers in the city of Atlanta who are experienced in government ethics, compliance, and transparency matters, which was charged with the examination of the charter provisions governing the Office of the OIG, the Ethics Office, and the Governing Board of IG and Ethics in the City of Atlanta, and with making recommendations to the mayor and the Atlanta City Council concerning any updates needed thereto. And whereas the resolution provided that this task force shall hold no fewer than 3 public meetings and shall make its report to the mayor and City Council no later than 45 days from the date of the approval, whereas the task force has conducted its 3 public meetings, and the deadline for the task force to make its report to the mayor and the council is currently October 25th, or 45 days from the date of the September 10th approval, whereas in recognition of the work accomplished by the task force thus far, and to ensure that the task force has sufficient time to make its report to the mayor and the Atlanta City Council, it is desire of the Atlanta City Council to extend the deadline by which the task force shall make its report to the mayor and the Atlanta City Council for an additional 14 days, so that the report shall be made no later than November 8th of this year. Now therefore be it resolved by the council in the city of Atlanta, Georgia, that the resolution which was adopted on September 3rd of this year, approved by signature of the mayor September 10th, and which established the City of Atlanta Temporary Task Force charged with reviewing the processes and procedures of the Office of OIG, the Ethics Office, Governing Board of the Office, and the Inspector General and the Ethics Office, and with making written recommendations to the mayor and the Atlanta City Council in regards thereto, to extend the deadline by which the task force shall make its report to the mayor and the Atlanta City Council for an additional 14 days, so that the report shall be made no later than November 8th. Be it finally resolved that the amendment contained in this resolution shall be effective immediately upon approval. Move approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan to approve Elms 36628. Is there discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt Elms 36628.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
Yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. I believe we have Councilmember Amos. I believe you have one for immediate consideration.
Sir, AMS 36631, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to correct Resolution 24-R-4196 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on October 7, 2024, and approved by operations of law per City Charter Section 2-403 on October 16, 2024, which authorized a $300,000 0 donation to the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation to update the task number in the discretionary fund account and for other purposes. Whereas Resolution 24-R-4196, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on October 7, 2024, and approved by operation of law per City Charter Section 2-403, authorized a $300,000 donation to the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation to assist with improvements and repairs on Fire Station 16, 1, and 11. And whereas the legislation should be corrected, update the task number listed in the funding amount. Now therefore be it resolved that by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, Resolution 24-R-4196 is hereby corrected by updating the account in the second resolve clause to reflect the below 3163-2022 Go Public Improvement Social Bond Fund 310301 EAM Capital Projects 5212001 Consulting Professional Services 1512000 Accounting 400132 31 City Council District 3 Municipal Facilities Task 102 Council District 3 Reserve. Be it found and resolved that all other provisions in Resolution 24-R-4196 shall remain unchanged. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt by Councilmember Amos, Elms ID 36631. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on this item? Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I don't know how many of my colleagues are aware that there are 2 firefighter foundations. So this is one of 2. I was not aware of either the fact that there were 2 or what the differences were. I understand this is a correction on the account numbers, but I would make a substitute motion to send this back to the committee so that we can understand our different foundations, what they'll be used for, and get a little more information. So that's my substitute motion.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Norwood. It is in order to refer this to which committee? To Public Safety and Legal Administration. Is there a second for the motion to refer from Councilmember Norwood? Hearing no second, the motion fails. We're back to the motion to adopt, which was moved by Councilmember Amos and seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any other discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt Elms 36631.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 10 yeas, 1 nay.
10 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries. Thank you. I do not believe that we have, even though that may have been noted, I don't believe we have any other items for immediate consideration. Councilmember Westmoreland, did you want to make a different motion before we move to papers for referral?
I can read this into when it's time to refer.
No.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. We will now move to personal papers for referral. We'll begin today with Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. AMS number 36619, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend Chapter 74, Article 6, Noise Control, Section 74-131, prohibited conduct of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance to clarify that the prohibition contained therein apply to noise generated from mechanical sound making devices located in patio areas of eating and drinking establishments and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36619 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
AMS 36617, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos requesting the establishment of a commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Judge Thelma Wyatt Cumming Moore and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36617 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
AMS 36597, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos requesting the Department of Park and Recreations to conduct a feasibility study for the renovation and expansion of the Rambo Park Recreation Center and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36597 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Helms ID number 36367, an ordinance by Best Friends, Councilmembers Leona Bakhtiari and Howard Shook. An ordinance authorizing the chief financial officer to amend the fiscal year 2025 capital finance fund budget by adding the anticipations and appropriations remaining bond proceeds in the amount of $489,000.00 from bank balances of accrued interest from the 2015 general obligation public improvement bond issuance to fund facilities improvement at the municipal market and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36367 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 36622, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Councilmembers Winston, Faroki, Amos, Dozier, Wan, Shook, Westmoreland, Hillis, Boone, and Overstreet to amend Chapter 114, Article Division 14, Section 114-416, sick leave, subsection G of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to provide that eligible city employees may utilize accrued sick leave for reasons related to pregnancy and abortion-related care and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36622 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 36590, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone to amend Resolution 24-R-3456, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on June 17, 2024, and approved by operation of law per city charter, Section 2-403 on June 26, 2024, to clarify the not to exceed amount of the contract and the city's share of that cost and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36590 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms ID number 36593, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor and the chief financial officer to execute a security equipment financing agreement with Regions Capital Advantage, Inc., or an affiliate thereof, to provide for the city's acquisition of 11 fire trucks on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, provided that the principal component shall be in an amount not to exceed $17,900,000.00, to authorize the chief financial officer to amend the FY 2025 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36593 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee. Councilmember Bond.
Well, before I read these, I've received word from the administration that the previous paper that I read in does not require immediate consideration. So that's that. Elms ID number 366, but it still needs to be referred, though.
Correct.
Did you refer?
No, I did not refer it. Let's go ahead and do that. So you did read it in. So Elms ID 36511 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay. Now we're on to 36643, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, authorizing a donation in the total amount not to exceed $1,500.00 from the Post One at Large Carry Forward account to Jazz 91.9 WCLK pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36643 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. Now on to Elms 36641, An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing a donation in the total amount not to exceed $1,000.00 from the Post One at Large carry forward account to the Jordan Spears Autism Foundation pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36641 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And now Elms ID number 36642, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing a donation in the total amount not to exceed $500.00 from the Post One at Large carry forward account to the Metropolitan Atlanta Community Band pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36642 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That concludes my papers, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one item for introduction today, Elms ID number 36609. An ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier to correct ordinance 24-0-1372, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on August 5th, 2024, and approved as per Charter Section 2-403 on August 14, 2024, to fund the Neighborhood Small Business Impact Recovery Fund by correcting the service area of the pilot program and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36609 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Hillis.
I have one item, Elms 36565, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Annie Street Northwest between Merida Road Northwest and Alma Street Northwest in order to reduce speeding and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36565 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Completes my items. Thank you.
Councilmember Norwood.
Elms 36591, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to amend the project management agreement with the Buckhead Community Improvement District for the Mount Perrin Road resurfacing and safety improvements project for the purpose of amending BCID's scope of work and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36591 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 36620, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood establishing an infrastructure sustainability task force to partner with the administration and subject matter experts to review and improve the sanitary sewer and combined sewer infrastructure in District 8, as well as to address the rehabilitation of Peachtree Creek, a major urban creek in the city of Atlanta, and to make recommendations for quality of life and health enhancements for city residents, visitors, and businesses, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36620 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Shook.
Elms 36592, resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor to exercise the first renewal option for a co-op agreement, the number of which is indicated, property appraisal validation services with Executive Information Systems, LLC, on behalf of DOF for a term of 1 year, effective from November 11th of this year through November 10th of next, with no additional funding and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36592 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. Elms 36595 is an ordinance by Shook waiving the code section indicated here to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into a memorandum of understanding between the City of Atlanta and Buckhead Baseball, Inc. with respect to the operation and maintenance of the baseball fields at Bagley Park, formerly known as Frankie Allen Park, for recreational baseball programs for a term of 5 years with 1 5-year renewal option and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36595 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms 36612 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the CFO to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in the amount of X, all funds to be charged to and paid from, etc.
Elms ID 36612 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 36613 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the Commissioner of Watershed Management to adjust water and sewer service charges on certain customer accounts in accordance with the Atlanta City Code section indicated here in the amount of blank and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36613 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That is all.
Councilmember Juan.
Okay. All right, I'll do that one last. All right, Elms ID 36614, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan to amend Chapter 10, alcoholic beverages of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36614 will be referred to the PSLA Committee.
Elms ID 36615, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan to amend Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 10-11 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to repeal the regulations related to amplified sound and entertainment on any patio deck or in other outdoor or open eating or drinking areas on the premises of an establishment licensed for the sale of alcohol for consumption on the premises and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36615 will be referred to the PSLA Committee.
All right, Elms 36621, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan to amend Chapter 10, alcoholic beverages of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to provide business classifications for the purpose of a license application and issuance and to eliminate lounge as a classification, to amend Chapter 10, Section 1048 to acknowledge newly created business classification section, to amend Chapters 1013, 1048, 1060, 1062, 10220, and 10228 to eliminate references to lounge and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36621 will be referred to the PSLA Committee.
Elms ID 36599, ordinance by Councilmembers Amir Faroki and Alex Juan to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Part 16, Chapter 16-18P, Section 16-18P.001, so as to allow for a revised voluntary density bonus program in Midtown zoning and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36599 will be jointly
Well, then it's mine. Okay, I got it. So it's mine now. It's no longer Amir's.
Okay, he's taking the paper. Elms ID 36599, exclusively by Councilmember Juan, is going to be referred to the Zoning and ZRB committees. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Elms 36623, Westmoreland, donation for $1,000 to the Atlanta Music Project and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36623 will be referred to the FEC.
36624, Westmoreland, $2,500 to the Latino Community Fund of Georgia and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36624 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
36625, Westmoreland, $1,000 to the Midtown High School Athletic Booster Club and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36625 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 36626, an ordinance by Westmoreland waiving the article and divisions listed herein of the Procurement and Real Estate Code, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement with blank on behalf of the Atlanta City Council Post 2 at-large office for a period of 9 months and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36626 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 36640, a communication from Westmoreland Post 2 at-large appointing Ms. Vernetta Nuruddin to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years.
Elms ID 36640 will be referred to the Committee on Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other papers? Councilmember Winston. Nope, there we go.
Getting the last of the W's. Thank you, Council President. My first paper is Elms ID 36598, an ordinance by council members Winston, Bakhtiari, Dozier, Faroki, and Westmoreland by Zoning Committee to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Part 16, Chapter 34, Section 16-34-010, and Section 16-34-028, so as to modify the provisions of the voluntary density bonus program in MRC3 zoning and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36598 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and ZRB committees.
Elms ID 36589, an ordinance by Winston to waive Chapter 2, Article 10 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement with Fuse Corp. For the term of 1 year effective May 5th, 2025, and ending April 24th, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $40,000.00 for the placement of 2 executive fellows to support and lead projects related to the closing the racial wealth gap for a 12-month fellowship, and all contracted services to be charged and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36589 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 36564, an ordinance by Winston to rezone a portion of 7 Meldon Avenue Southeast from R4 Single Family Residential to C1 Community Business District for the erection of a freestanding sign and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36564 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and ZRB Committees.
Thank you. Elms ID 36616, an ordinance by Winston authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $2,500.00 from the District 2 carry forward account to the Georgia Foundation for Agriculture to support the weathered but strong Hurricane Relief Fund pursuant to the section listed of the City of Atlanta Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36616 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 36618, an ordinance by Winston authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $2,500.00 from the District 2 carry forward account to Georgia Organics, Inc. for the Farmer Emergency Fund pursuant to the section listed of the City of Atlanta Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36618 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And lastly, Elms ID 36633, an ordinance by Winston authorizing a transfer in an amount not to exceed $125,000.00 from the District 2 discretionary fund account to the Department of Parks and Recreation for the purpose of installing pickleball courts in Central Park and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36633 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other papers for referral? With that, we will move to general remarks. Any general remarks from the body? Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Very quickly, I was a bad friend and boss. I have a team member, Patrick Husbands, whose birthday was a little bit ago, and I forgot to wish him a happy birthday, so I wanted to make sure to do that. And I wanted him to know that I wouldn't be anything without my team. So I'm grateful to him, and happy birthday, Patrick. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. Any other remarks? Nope. Hearing that, we will do the adjourning roll call, Madam Clerk. Oh, sorry. I do have one quick announcement, just a reminder about the elections. This Friday, October 25th, is the last day to request an absentee ballot for the November 5th election. Early voting continues through Friday, November 1st. Polls are open weekdays, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and this coming Saturday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., and this coming Sunday, noon to 5 p.m. Please go and vote, including the City Council election if you are in the City of Atlanta. Madam Clerk, with that, would you please call the closing roll?
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large. Councilmember Jason Winston, District 1.
Here.
Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4. Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.
Without objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
can close us out.
Yes. So one of the things that I love to do and how I get into like my me space where I'm claiming